live. Welcome once again. Thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Let me know what your thoughts are on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. Let me just see if we can get this set up a little bit better. There we go. And I hope that you are all doing well. Thank you, everybody who joined me on my trip to Ottawa, as well as joined me when I was lucky enough to be visiting Chatham for some wrestling, both of which were a lot of fun. I had a great time, and now we're back once again talking about Freemasonry. I had a few different things I thought about talking about. Where is it? As I just get this set up. Well, I'm back, Kerr, so thank you for being here. It's me, Wade. I have two channels. Well, I hope you'll subscribe to me on this channel as well. And Kurz, I'm glad you missed me. That means my content must be doing something well. But don't forget, I usually don't stream on weekends. I stream Monday starting 1 p.m., then 1 a.m., going through to Friday at 1 p.m. And then the weekend, I usually post stuff on social media. And you can find me there. Trenton, I'm not going to make any promises. But Kurz, how's it going? Thank you for being here. As always, I hope you guys are doing well. I wanted to mention congratulations to the Gordie Howe Bridge, which is officially open. Its first cars, first traffic went through today, which I think is awesome. As someone who loves traveling to the States, loves traveling to Michigan, I'm grateful for another way to travel. Not only another way to get there, but another way to get there on foot. As somebody who, or I guess on wheel it'd be for me, as somebody who is used to having to pay either a tunnel bus fare or tolls or taxi fare, whatever it is, to go to the United States, to go to Detroit from Windsor, the chance to actually just wheel across and not have to pay that is very exciting because it's not cheap. Hello, Dylan. Good to see you. Harry Bowl is now copying what I say. Well, fair enough. I hope I don't get too predictable. But congratulations to the Gordie Howe Bridge on opening up today. It's been a long time coming. It's awesome to see. And I'm grateful for another way to visit my Masonic friends, my Masonic family, my Masonic brothers in Michigan. Euro, I have no idea what you're talking about. That makes no sense to me. Just hit like and subscribe. Also, you know what? Most people know, probably know, I love scary movies. I love horror. So today is the 28th anniversary of the release of Halloween H2O. So that's kind of cool. It's a great movie. I really like Halloween H2O a lot. So for me, I have my passport. I personally think every Mason should have a passport. There is a way to do it with a Nexus card or with an updated driver's license. I forget what the type it's called, but it's like a new type of license they have, like a smart ID, I think it's called. Something to that effect. So the most important thing, though, is if you are traveling anywhere in the world, to the United States, whatever it might be, because, for Freemasonry, you have a responsibility to make sure that when you're doing so, you know what the rules and regulations and requirements are, and you comply with them and follow them. I'm going to bet Gunther. I'd be surprised if he didn't. Because I want my weekend, Harry, to focus on social media content. Also gives me a chance to catch up on emails and other work that I need to do. And honestly, when I was streaming on the weekends, I didn't find that I got necessarily more viewers than I do during the week. Although I do have, very likely, a special stream coming up August 21st, which would go basically 24 hours from Friday to Saturday. Another one of those content marathons. But I'm not sure about that yet. I'm going to know more soon. It's unfortunate, by the way, but I'm seeing a lot more anti-Masonic nonsense on social media, people talking about Masonic curses and breaking Masonic curses and all the rest of it, which is incredibly sad to see. There is no such thing as a Masonic curse. Freemasonry is not going to curse your bloodline or your family or any of that nonsense. And it's unfortunate that those type of things are growing and are on the rise. As with anything else, all we can do is our best to demonstrate the good of Freemasonry, to demonstrate what Freemasonry actually is, not what, people think it is, and you kind of just go from there. It's not as easy as we'd like it to be, though, that's for sure. I think having no legs is a blessing. I think it's something that makes me different, and different is good. If God wanted us all to be the same, he'd have given all of us no legs. Is my philosophy on that one. And welcome, everybody who's just joining us. Thank you all for being here. Please take a moment. Once again, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, please let me know. Eyes wide shut did not show the truth. You know it didn't show the truth. You're just speaking nonsense. Which is okay, I guess. If there was no speaking nonsense on social media, then no one knew what we're talking about. But nonetheless, thank you all for being here, and I hope you're doing well. Well, people are struggling in life, and as a consequence of that, they are waking up to the fact that they are struggling, and because they're struggling, because they're having such a hard time, they're looking for people to blame, and unfortunately, they have decided to blame Freemasonry for a way to make themselves feel better. Because if you are struggling, if you are having problems, if you are dealing with whatever issues you're dealing with, it's easier to externalize that on some third party like Freemasonry than to actually look in the mirror and deal with it yourself. Is my experience. Are you familiar with the guy who killed his wife in America? Yeah, I mean, he was I know who you're talking about. He was a, um, Olympian, right? Or Paralympian. He ran in something or other, the Olympics or the Paralympics. I forget what it was. But yeah, I remember hearing about him. I mean, I don't remember much about him. I don't even know if he's still in jail or if he was found guilty or not guilty. I'm not really sure. I don't know any of the specifics about him. Obviously, though, it's incredibly sad. So, um, I mean, it's just this crummy situation, and whenever anybody's life is lost, it sucks. So, especially when they're murdered, especially. Hmm. So yeah, so that was incredibly sad. All right, once again, welcome everyone. Let me know your thoughts on Freemasonry. What we're going to be talking about today, once the first 60 minutes is over, is a couple different things. I want to talk about, once again, the Canadian Register of Historic Places. I want to talk about my trip to Ottawa, and more specifically, UNESCO World Heritage Convention, and specifically the 10 criteria that get you on the World Heritage List, which is what is meant to list sites of universal value, outstanding universal value, in fact, and how those criteria can apply to our Masonic buildings. And perhaps we should, within Freemasonry, consider ways that we can look at protecting those buildings. I think it'd be incredibly important. You're like a cute guinea pig. Well, Mahip Singh, are you going to hit the like and subscribe button? By the way, thank you to everybody who has been kind enough to sign or leave comments on my videos. I truly appreciate it. I'm grateful for that. It's nice to see the comments on my videos growing once again. Comments are a great way to support the channel. They're a great way to make sure that this channel is able to grow. So if you can, leave some comments. Leave them in different languages. Why not? That'd be really cool as well. Thank you all for being here, though. What lodge are you in? Asks Ian Ward. I'm in 5 lodges, so I gotta be more specific. But my mother lodge is Windsor Lodge 403. I'm also a member of Border Cities Lodge number 554 and Harmony 579, as well as Tranquility Lodge 2000 out of Texas, and Lodge Holy Land number 50 out of Israel. So 5 different lodges, but my mother lodge is Windsor Lodge 403. I mean, I love America too. Don't get me wrong. I've always said, I'll say it again. I know people kind of heard me say this a bunch. In my opinion, the 2 greatest, I'm a part of the greatest country in the world called Canada, in part because we have the greatest neighbors in the world, the United States. And now, thankfully, I have one more way to travel to the United States from Windsor, the Gordie Howe Bridge, which is open today. So that's really cool. They did a big celebration of the very first car to go across. They also had the very first commercial trip to go across as well. So I thought that's really cool. I'm doing well, Austin. How are you doing? Thank you for being here as always. I hope that you're doing well. I hope you'll take a moment to hit the like button and the subscribe button. If you are new, if you're not new like Austin, then just hit the like button and let me know how you're doing. I am in 6. Okay, so you beat me by 1. Which lodges are you a part of? Actually, there's a lot. Just mention your main lodge is fine, right? That's all we need. Um, because it would be a lot. Well, Harry, you are not a 34th degree Scottish, right? There's no such thing as 34th degree Scottish, right? I mean, if you were, it would not be a big deal because 33rd isn't even that big of a deal. What matters is ultimately, um, what matters ultimately is are you um, part of Blue Lodge, part of the 3rd degree? Everything else is extra. That's not the most important thing, though. So everybody's weird obsession with the 33rd degree or the 34th degree, all that stuff. Everybody needs to just calm down a little bit with that. English Sheepdog, I'm doing well. How are you doing? Thank you for being here. Who is a big deal then? There's no Grand Wizard in Lodge. The biggest deal is every Mason. You shouldn't view it as, bigger or less big deals. Having said that, I would say if I had to pick one, I would say the most important person in the lodge is the worshipful master. People not understanding Freemasonry. I mean, the term occult, right? People need to understand because they very often don't. The term occult simply means it used to be simply hidden. Like your bank account would be occult by definition, right? Your bank account would be occult information because it's something you keep hidden for obvious and valuable reasons. However, for some reason, in later years, the term occult came to mean mysterious or secretive or blah blah blah, like that type of stuff, more of a nefarious undertone. And as a consequence of that, a lot of people started tying it to Freemasonry. But the two are separate things, right? There's nothing mysterious or creepy about Freemasonry. It's simply we have private ceremonies and rituals, the purpose of which is to ensure the bonds of brotherhood through shared experiences. I'm playing Last of Us 2. It's my day off. Oh, well, first of all, congratulations, Mayo and Oreo, on your day off. That is awesome. Days off are always a lot of fun. So I hope that you are having a really good one. Where are you going to be? Sorry, Last of Us 2. Do you enjoy? I've never played Last of Us. Is it a good game? I'm Hatari Jack. I don't know what Helldivers 2 is. Okay, it's on my list of things I want to kind of consider playing. I'm not a huge gamer, as people know. I do really enjoy playing Assassin's Creed Part 3 because it references Freemasonry. So Assassin's Creed Part 3 is up there. I also really enjoy um, quite a bit. I also really enjoy the Dead Space games a lot. One of my goals is one day, if possible, uh, to get the makers of Assassin's Creed Part 3, Ubisoft, to get them on the game. That's or to get them as part of um the video game. I think that'd be really, or get them on the channel, I should say. It's not a religion. I mean, I don't glaze Freemasonry. Clearly, you've not seen some of my episodes in the past where I've gone pretty hard against it. Now, I love Freemasonry. I don't love the decisions a lot of Freemasons make. I think a lot of that is very, very not good. And very cruel for writing, not cruel, but like I think they make mistakes in terms of how Freemasonry operates, the governance of it, the decisions Masons make to not show up to lodge sometimes, like all of that stuff I don't like. But the ideals, the goals, the basic premise of Freemasonry I support 100%, which is it's worth spending time with other people, it's worth being around other people, and it's worth trying to build and create a better world through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. I think that stuff is incredibly important and incredibly worthwhile. I think civic engagement is incredibly important. I think one of the biggest issues we have right now in society is a lack of civic engagement, whether it be declining membership within the Moose, declining membership within the Elks, declining membership within whatever it might be. I think that this declining membership is really hurting us in civic engagement. So now, again, within Freemasonry itself, I think a lot of mistakes are being made. A lot of mistakes have been made in terms of its governance, in terms of different Grand Lodges and decisions they're making. And I have no problem calling that out when I see it. But I think the ideals of Freemasonry are ultimately for the good, for the better, betterment of society. And if we had more Freemasonry in the world, we'd have a lot less of the negative things we're seeing right now, pain and suffering and et cetera, et cetera. Hello, Dad. Good to see you. Uh, Many people would say secretary. As a former secretary, I'd probably agree with you on that one. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't know why Harry does that. He needs to get a better life than the one he has, that's for sure. But thank you all for being here. As always, for the time being, we're just going to hang out. We don't need more members in lodges. We just need members in churches. I mean, I've got no issue with churches. I've got no issues with mosques. I've got no issues with synagogues. Um, I think, generally speaking, organized religion or religion of any sort is a good thing for society. I include Christianity and churches within that. But I also think there needs to be civic engagement that exists separate from religious institutions because they occupy different spaces, right? Freemasonry and Masonic lodges occupy a different space than occupy different spaces than Freemasonry. And if you combine the two or confuse the two, I don't think that's healthy or helpful. Um, did you see my previous comment? I was in the ER yesterday for 5 hours, thought it was a heart attack, but it was panic attack. I mean, so Mayor and Oreos is right. If you are having any type of issues or any type of concern, then absolutely you should make sure that you get yourself checked out as soon as you can. Um, it's better to, I think one of the things a lot of people deal with, a lot of people struggle with, is they'll say, like, they're worried that if they go to the hospital and it turns out it's nothing wrong, they're going to be embarrassed. I mean, don't be embarrassed about going and getting yourself checked out, even if it turns out to be nothing, because a far worse situation for everybody would be if you are too embarrassed to get checked out and then find out that it was something really serious, or heaven forbid, it's too late, and now you end up, dead or severely injured or severely ill, right? If you catch something quick enough and you catch something early enough, maybe you can avoid some really serious, medical needs down the road. But you wait too long, suddenly everything becomes harder, at least in my opinion. If you had the chance to read for everyone one of the four horsemen, which one do you pick? War, famine, conquest, or death? I mean, I think death is necessary for life. I think it creates room. I don't want to live forever. I want to make sure I, use up the resources responsibly that I'm here to use up for the time I'm here to use them up for, and then somebody else gets a turn. So not that. I suppose I would say war. Well, yeah, I think Harry needs to find a better way to live his life, but hey, he's here, so at least he's helping with the engagement. I'll say that. Um, because I think we can, when it comes to the idea of war, famine, conquest, or death, I think if we got rid of war, human beings probably would be sufficiently capable of solving famine through technological means. And conquest, I feel like conquest and war go hand in hand. So, hello, Christian Ed X. How's it going? Thank you for being here. As always, please take a moment and hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're new. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry? It's because your profile pic is me and with a weird nose, I think. Um, so Christian Ed X, welcome as always. Well, we got a religious fella in the chat. I mean, I've got no issue with the Orthodox religious faith or any faith. Freemasonry welcomes people of all different faiths, backgrounds, and beliefs. I think that's one of its greatest strengths, is the fact that it does so. We're working on it, although you also have a big wildfire in Michigan, I believe, just for the record. Um, I think it's got a lot of different factors. It's a combination of a lot of different things. Climate change is a part of it, though. My view, though, is my concern right now is just any Masons who may be struggling. So, first of all, any Masonic lodges that are in the paths of the forest fires. Obviously, that's our main concern. We want them to be safe, their membership to be safe, especially, and evacuate if they need to. And then you hope the buildings will be okay. And then on top of that, we want to make sure that any Masons who may have pre-existing conditions, maybe struggling with the smoke, whatever it might be, are able to get help and get assistance. If you got asthma, whatever it might be, right? Obviously, it's incredibly dangerous to have asthma and be dealing with all the smoke and the effects of that. I know very little of the lore of Mortal Kombat, Mayo and Oreos. No, there's no government Masons. Government is government, Freemasonry is Masonry. They are two different things. Um, and Orthodox do join Freemasonry, so do Catholics. Um, don't you think it's a waste of more resources to raise another human being from scratch? I mean, that seems like a terrible strategy, Yummers, because it's new people that bring us new ideas. It's new people that bring us new perspectives. It's new people that bring us new thoughts, new abilities. It's also new people that allow us to evolve and continue evolving. So, no, I think it'd be more of a waste of resources to just let somebody live forever. Eventually, society stagnates. The other issue, um, is like how are you living forever, but let's say with all of the physical and mental health and acuity of being like in your 30s, in your 40s, or are you just getting older and older and older, never dying, but also losing all of your mental and physical abilities the older you get, right? That'd be a huge issue as well. But no, I want new people. Well, all I can tell you is, from the Masonic perspective, you are more than welcome to join, to be an Orthodox, to be Catholic, and to join Freemasonry. How you sort that out with your personal faith, I can't speak to, but I've known many Catholic Freemasons. It's actually very prominent in the Philippines, where there is a very large Catholic population and a very large Masonic population. And the Venn diagram of the two is very, very similar. It's almost a circle. I'm doing well, David. How are you doing? Thank you for being here. Oreo's around here somewhere. We do not worship Baal. Freemasons do not worship Baal. Sorry to disappoint you. But I hope everybody watching this is doing well and having a great day. Please, as always, take a moment. If you're new, to hit like and hit subscribe. And thank you to everybody who's left the comments on my videos. I really appreciate it. Um, don't forget, Super Chat, Patreon, all that jazz. It helps out very much and we very much appreciative. Paula from Manchester, welcome. I know I look like Shrek, Amico 2027. How are you doing? Thank you for being here as always. Oof. I mean, I'm glad you got the stitches, which means you're going to heal up, but dropping a 2x4 on your head would suck. Oh, we didn't get a concussion. That would suck as well. I'm from Canada. Musta Fabrin 9475. I'm from Canada. Born and raised in Winnipeg, currently live in Windsor. Um, Greatest country in the world. Harry, you're on your own. I don't think you would. You also think Eyes Wide Shut is a documentary about Freemasonry. Oh, I've heard that joke before. Dad with the jokes. By the way, Dad, how did you find your reachers? I know you said you tried out the coffee maker, but the reachers, the sticks, how'd you find those? Did they work out well for you? First of all, I'm glad your colleagues helped. Second, I hope you got tested and checked out, not just for the stitches, but I also hope you got checked out and tested um, for a concussion, because if you got knocked out, that can be a real risk. Welcome from Indonesia. There's Freemasonry in Indonesia. Actually, one place that's, I believe, close to Indonesia is Thailand, and they actually have a really cool history of Freemasonry in Thailand, which I'd like to visit. Maybe Bangkok if I could at one point. Who knows when? It's not cheap to get there, but the history of Freemasonry in Thailand is actually fascinating. Came through UGLE, came through United Grand Lodge of England. So David, make sure you got yourself checked out, and I keep my fingers crossed for you. See, once again, Harry, that's why you're not a mod. It's one of the many reasons you're not a mod. Your profile pic doesn't help anything either. So I got my last blood test done today. I got my it's called a quantiferin test, which I didn't know, but I guess it's the most like accurate way to test for tuberculosis. The quantiferin TB Gold test is a single visit blood test used to check for tuberculosis and measures how your immune system reacts to TB proteins. Does not require a second follow-up appointment, unlike the traditional skin test. So far I got a two-part TB skin test followed by a quantiferin test. And then my results get sent out. I believe that is the last test that I need. And if that is successful, then I think I'll be going through with the kidney donation. I don't know for sure yet. Again, I don't want to get anybody's hopes up or, I talked to the person who might be getting the kidney today, and I just said, I have no idea, right? I don't want to get your hopes up because we still don't know, but to my knowledge, this is the last test I need. I also hope that you guys read my story on Medium about the way the the way the kidney donation process combines the Masonic virtues of charity and prudence, which I really enjoy talking about. Reacher works. Good, I'm glad. There should have been two of them, right? Good, David. I hope it came back positive or negative. I hope it came back nothing wrong. Fingers crossed for you. 6969, what way would that be? Keep in mind, if it's too gross, you're going to find yourself in timeout for a second. But thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. And I hope that you will hit the like button and the subscribe button. You can be a fan, but you can't have that profile pic and be a moderator. And as always, we're just going to hang out, wait to see who joins. First 60 minutes, I don't really talk about anything specific. I just answer questions, deal with the interesting folks. Second 60 minutes, I have my specific talking points. But having said that, if there is something you guys want to talk about, let me know. I've seen some of the clips of the Last of Us TV show. I've enjoyed them. I think they're really cool, really fun to watch. But I never watched the whole series. I never got too into it, just because it's not something that, it's not something I was generally interested in as a gamer. So I'm from Canada, born and raised in Windsor, born and raised in Winnipeg, currently live in Windsor. And Dad, as people know, I'm a big believer in donating blood as well. So if you're in Manitoba and you can answer the call, then answer the call, and donate blood. I'm from Delhi. Welcome, edited from Delhi. I'd love to visit India one day. A lot of cool history of Freemasonry in India as well. Again, it came through a combination of United Grand Lodge of England, both the East India Trading Company and the British Armed Forces. Where did your ancestors immigrate from to Canada? My dad came from England. He was born in England, met a Canadian girl, and the rest is history. So you want to make sure that you watch out for those Canadian girls. My mom's family, I don't know. I think they came from Germany and Sweden area, but my mom was born in Canada. To my knowledge, Papa and Nana, my mom's parents, were both born in Canada. I think Germany, Sweden, I think in and around that area, if I recall correctly. Yes, you can't use it, but I think it goes pretty quick, Dad. I don't think it sits on the shelf for long. I think if there is ever a very strange circumstance where they're worried about not being able to use the blood, they'll use it for some type of medical testing and research. And it's not going to go to waste, right? They're not going to try to waste any blood as much as they possibly can. So if you're worried that your blood won't get used, I can assure you, based on everything I know, it will absolutely get used for something. So just know that you're doing something good. And I really enjoy donating blood. It was kind of a nice, relaxing way to spend about an hour. You go there, you donate blood, you get a coffee, you get some water. You get some snacks, you get to kind of relax a little bit and, think, just know you're doing something well and relax for a minute. It kind of takes you out of the hustle and bustle of whatever problems you've got and reminds you that there's bigger things to worry about than whatever kind of day-to-day situation you're dealing with. There's people's who's literally you're saving lives. And that helps put things in perspective as to what is important and what isn't important. No, Austin. No Masonic oath will ever conflict with your duty to the law, your job, or your family. And if they ever were to somehow, then you should put the law, your job, or your family first. Definitely put the law first, without a question. I've said it a million times. I'm a Canadian first, and I'm a Freemason second. And what that means is if any Mason were to ever tell me to do something illegal, I would say no, and I would probably tell the police because I'm a Canadian first. I follow the laws of the country first. So that is something really important to keep in mind. In terms of your family and your job, I don't know what that would look like, but you should always, of course, put your family first and your job. You got to earn a living, but I've never seen any Masonic ritual that interferes with any of the above. Gavin coming in with the politics. Many Freemasons would agree with you. Many Freemasons would disagree with you. I would say I can speak for myself personally, but I can tell you Freemasonry has no official stance on abortion because that's a political question. Or if you want to say that's a religious question, you can say that as well. But that's a whole different can of tuna. So, welcome, Gavin. Hit that like and subscribe button. This is to talk about Freemasonry. All right, we got a couple people who are saying that. I can tell you my personal opinion if you want, which is I'm pro-choice, but I will let you can agree or disagree in the chat. That is true, Dad. I've actually had blood pudding a couple of times recently, and I didn't mind it. Thought it was okay. I think, now we're getting into, again, stuff that this channel really shouldn't be talking about because this is political stuff. But nonetheless, what I'll say is the number of different scenarios and possibilities and medical or moral questions that derive around abortion are so great and so varied and so much that I think it's far better to leave that decision up to the person carrying the child, and the doctor are the ones who need to be making that decision. And that needs to be the end of it. It's not my place to tell anybody, certainly it's not my place to tell any doctor what is best for the patient, nor is it my place to tell anyone who's carrying a child what is best for them or the child. So, that's kind of my view on it, and you just kind of go from there. Yes, I got a big forehead. Peter, please hit like and subscribe. I know I got a big skull, big forehead. Valerie, that's a bit much. I don't think I'm a cannibal. I've never eaten people, to my knowledge. But what do I know? Maybe I did somewhere. Pretty sure, though, not a cannibal. Unless it's like a Soylent Green situation where they're putting people in our food, which I know conspiracy theorists will believe it to be the case. Have you ever had the runs baking? So I'm going to treat your question seriously because I actually think there is a serious question to it. I have had food poisoning 3 times. All 3 times it was pretty terrible. All 3 times it was very gross. But I was very lucky in that I'm relatively young. I'm healthy. I was hydrated. If you are older, immunocompromised, have other risk factors, are in a place where you don't have access to clean drinking water, diarrhea and those type of conditions can absolutely, they can kill you. They can easily kill you if you're not careful. So if you are suffering food poisoning, make sure that you are checking with your doctor, you're getting enough water, getting, enough electrolytes and taking care of yourself because it can be incredibly serious. And if you're a junior warden, if you're responsible for food in the lodge, pay attention to food warnings, pay attention to what you should and shouldn't be serving your brethren. Practice good food hygiene, all that stuff. It matters so much and it's so important. Well, Valerie, I mean, I don't agree with that 100% for anybody. I think everybody, we have a responsibility with our physical selves to remember that we're part of a community. So, for example, I should, whatever my rights are, I should try to keep my body physically healthy as much as possible because that means I'm less likely to need to use medical resources that others might need. I'm also more able to contribute to my community and society by being healthy. I shouldn't be doing drugs. I shouldn't be drinking to excess. Even though it's my body, there are things that the government absolutely has a right to, to interfere with. For example, I'm currently looking at donating my kidney. I can't sell my kidney on the black market, even though it's my body. I can't accept money for my kidney. I can't just ask a doctor on the street to take my kidney out. There's a whole process that goes into it, even though it's my body and my kidney. I think that's completely fair. I just think abortion is a very sui generis situation. Yes, I got a big forehead, Bob the Knob. Please hit like and subscribe. Whoa, Valerie. No, we're not talking about throwing anything away. I'm going to put in a bit of a timeout because I think you're being a little bit, purposefully hyperbolic. Good for you, Mr. Mystic. Yes, cast, hydrate. I agree with that 100%, as you should. We should all be hydrating ourselves. The fact that we're not, and I think very often we are unhydrated, it's a big problem, right? So yes, everybody drink enough water, pay attention to electrolytes, talk to your doctors, etc., etc. Well, you can hit like and subscribe. Brick, I did have a great weekend. I got some rest on Sunday because it was exhausting. The professional wrestling combined with coming back from Ottawa, it was very little sleep and a lot of work, but it was a lot of fun. I don't sell any insurance, Vincent, but I do encourage all Masonic lodges to make sure they have good enough and accurate enough insurance for everybody. So I did not hear Trump's new announcement. What was Trump's new announcement? Brick, you got to get used to it. Unfortunately, trolls are a part of being on YouTube. I mean, they're good for engagement, but they piss people off. They used to bother me. They still do sometimes, depending on the day I'm having, but you get used to it. People just are what they are. Thank you, Brick. I never promised you would be mod. There's a new Mount Rushmore. I mean, it doesn't shock me, but I never heard that. I can't confirm it. I don't see any announcements or a new face being added to Mount Rushmore. Looks like it's impossible to actually add his face to it because not enough solid rock. I am not a member of the Bohemian Club. Can I give you so I can't give you a Masonic ritual. However, I would suggest you check out Lewis Masonic and a gentleman named Martin Fox. You spell that. I'm going to put that down. He is a Freemason. He publishes books through Lewis Masonic, and he wrote a great book about the memory palace. It's a technique used by ancient Greek scholars and ancient Greek orators, as well as many people in, modern times to become better at memorization. So believe me, check his stuff out. It's so cool. And he does a great job of explaining to Masons and non-Masons alike memorization techniques and valuable memorization techniques. So check it out. Harry, you need to put yourself in a bit of a timeout for a second. No more, let's just calm down. Trump does tell a lot of jokes. You're right about that. Zohabe, I remember you. I remember the name. Not that old. You've been around relatively recently, but it's good to have you back once again. Frisk, I think you're saying the nuclear attack didn't happen in Japan. I think it definitely did. I'm a Sonic fan. Disaster Piece Theater. I like Sonic. For me, it's McDonald's is my favorite fast food. I also really like Wendy's. So the author is Martin Fox. The publishing company is Lewis Masonic. It's a publishing company. Um, so that's what you want to check out there. Um, and yeah, it's really cool. It's a really cool spot. He writes about the Memory Palace, which is an excellent, excellent resource if you want to potentially learn how to become good at memorization, studying ritual. Um, Baber the Great, welcome. Thank you for being here. Please hit like and subscribe. I didn't break your MacBook. Do I use Intel 4000? I have no idea. I am not an expert on any of that stuff. I can promise you that. I have no idea what Masons use. I mean, probably depends on how much of a tech guy you are. And if you are a tech guy, what you know about it. I'm somebody who doesn't know anything about technology, so I cannot help you with that at all. Is Barron Trump environmentalist? I highly doubt it. Freemasonry is not political, nor is it a religion. So, who is or isn't the next Donald Trump? I have no, or sorry, the next Jesus Christ. I have no idea. I highly doubt it is Barron Trump, though. I'll say that. As someone who's not, by the way, a religious figure at all, it's just, I doubt it. My day's going well, Librador. How is your day going? Thank you for being here. Really, Zohabe, I did not know that. It's possible. I mean, I know that Steve Wozniak is a Freemason, which is kind of a cool little note on intelligence. Um, I didn't even know he was the founder of. Let me see. So Charles Watson, Intel. Looks like he was not a part of. I don't think he was a founder. Well, Charles Watson, hold on. IBM. This is actually not Charles Watson. The founder of IBM was Thomas J. Watson, and historical Masonic records widely list him as a Freemason. Okay, cool. I did not know that, but that's a cool little note. Um, Bill Gates is a Mason too. I don't think Bill Gates is a Mason. I don't believe that is the case. Sorry, Thomas Watson. Well, there you go. It looks like he was a Freemason, though, so that's kind of a cool little note. Um, if you could only have one book, what would it be? Only one book. Probably um, Don Quixote, because I think it's a beautiful book. And I love the story behind it, which is trying to turn the world into something you want it to be against all odds. And also the fact that you don't always succeed, but there is a nobility in, even when it's a losing battle, there is nobility in that, which might be the case for Freemasonry. It is absolutely struggling in a lot of different places for a lot of different reasons, and it might be a losing battle, but there's a nobility in fighting for something, even if you're not sure you're going to be successful. J420, thank you so much for that. We're going to wait another 10 minutes. We're going to start talking about UNESCO World Heritage 2026 and the, amongst other things, the criteria necessary to get on the UNESCO World Heritage List and how Freemasonry, in my opinion, fits into or is connected to those criteria, and maybe why we as Freemasons should consider trying to spend more time getting our Masonic buildings and Masonic sites onto the World Heritage List. I mean, a lot of different places has loads of UNESCO heritage sites. So, hey, if I don't know, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Italy had a lot of sites, just because the history of ancient Rome, pre-Rome, the Renaissance, post-ancient Rome, like Italy, in terms of world history, was an incredibly important part of world history, part of modern society, part of what it means to be here today. So, so many of our political systems, the language, popular culture, look at movies like Gladiator. I would love to visit Rome one day as well. I'm always saying there's like a million places I want to visit. Ancient Rome is without a doubt one of them. Well, I guess modern Rome. Can't go back in time, sadly. Not that it wouldn't be fun. Is the stream still lagging, Mayo and Oreos, or are we all set? Anybody having trouble getting this through? Looks like it's okay to me. There you go, Dad. I was never initiated onto a Masonic Bible. There's no the Masonic Bible. I was never initiated onto one of those, but a lot of people are grateful to have it, without a doubt. And it can provide, especially because it has the signature of all the brethren who were there when you were initiated, passed, and raised. So it's a really cool keepsake. Is it still buggy, or is it coming through better now? I mean, maybe there was just a lag on the computer. I'm not sure. It looks like it's coming through okay. Sometimes that stuff happens. Let's see. I'm just trying to pull it up on my computer to see if I've got a lag. We also have 13 likes, so that's always... Well, we have 14 now. Okay, we're okay. We're going to see maybe that's just unlucky. All right, it's good now. Hello, Murray. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. Once again, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, please let me know. I already put my email in the chat before, Smokey. I'll put it in one more time, though. Good to see you again. So it is info@squareandcompass.ca. That's info@squareandcompass.ca. Zoe, what is your weird obsession with what computer I use? It's a Chromebook. It's an HP Chromebook. Once again, info@squareandcompass.ca. You're asking me a lot of technical questions, none of which I know the answer to. What is making some poke? What, like poke? Isn't that a Japanese type of food, if I recall correctly? Oh, hope everybody's okay. And as always, though, I hope that you are doing well. Well, it works for me, at least so far. I've had this for a few years. I mean, I'm always debating when am I going to get a new, when I'm going to get a new computer, all the rest of it. But I try to put most of my money and focus that on travel, things of that nature. The secrets is there is no secret. I mean, that sucks that you, I mean, when you say you lost your Discord, I mean, the account is still there. You just lost your password, but it should be possible to get it back. Um, I don't even know what it is precisely. I just thought maybe it's some type of Japanese food. Is that your favorite type of food? So you must be using Chrome OS. I have no idea what an ARM build is, but I'm using the Chrome operating system to my knowledge. It's what came with the computer. Well, there you go. We already have enough conspiracy theories to deal with. Now you're adding one more. Valerie Vincent is back once again. Hopefully, you've calmed down a little bit. But nonetheless, thank you for being here. Um, okay, what's your favorite type of Mexican food? Jay, yo, are you a subscriber? And yes, I'll take it. I mean, I'm not Kurt Angle. I'd be honored to be Kurt Angle. He's one of the all-time greats. I am Cameron Adamson. I'm a Freemason. I use this channel to promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located, as well as talking about stories of Masonic interest. I mean, Murray, you can pick your thoughts on. You can pick my thoughts on sin, spirituality, and physicality. Keep in mind, sin is a religious term. Freemasonry is not a religion, so I may not be able to help you as much as you'd like, but I can do my best. Um, my girlfriend, you trying to get me to eat ceviche? Raw fish is delicious. I love raw fish. I am a Freemason, love being one. All right, shoot me off an email, Smokey. Be much obliged, and thank you for being here as always. It's good to see you once again. I mean, I definitely got a sunburn. I spent the last couple of days a lot of time outside, so I'm definitely feeling it, but that's okay. A little bit of sunburn. I mean, I was going to say it won't kill me, but honestly, that's not true. Depending on how significant your sunburn is, it could actually do a lot of harm, which is why it's so important to wear sunscreen, take proper precautions, and talk to your doctor if you get a bad sunburn. I got rid of Valerie. I gave her one chance, but she got a bit much. Jonathan, nice try. Not going to fall for that one. I do need to drink more water, Mayo and Oreos. You're not wrong about that at all. Hello, Hicks. I'm going to call you As. Thank you for being here. Please like and subscribe. I'm sure that's true, Zohabe. I don't know anything about computers, but it's working well for me. I will say my Chromebook is working well for me. Um, Sorry, Jonathan, not going to fall for that one either. I don't know. Do you mean like I'm a W as in I'm winning? If so, I appreciate it. Please hit like and subscribe. And we're going to keep hanging out. I'm going to give it another. We've been doing this for actually, we're just at the 1 hour mark now, our 59 minutes and 10 seconds. Let's give it a few more minutes, but then we're going to talk about UNESCO World Heritage List, UNESCO World Heritage Site, or sites, why it's important that we within Freemasonry consider them when we are, consider this site, consider protecting our buildings and protecting our sites, because they are without a doubt of outstanding universal value to culture and to the world. Also, congratulations to the Gordie Howe Bridge, just opened today, the very first traffic, the very first private as well as commercial traffic, has gone across that bridge and is now chilling in Michigan. As someone who travels to Michigan all the time and is grateful for every opportunity to do so, I'm grateful that there is now a third way to travel there. And also, I can do so. I don't think the pedestrian part of the bridge has opened quite yet, but once it does, I will be grateful to be able to travel on the pedestrian crossing, not requiring either to pay tolls or taxi fare or bus fare or whatever it is. It's actually incredibly important because we're always trying to save a couple bucks. It allows me to travel more frequently. This is a real job, and I'm proud to have it. Will I be going to Winnipeg soon? I would love to get back to Winnipeg. It's been a while. It's unfortunate because Winnipeg is an incredible place. I was just there. I think I was just there about oh my gosh, a week ago. No, when was I a week ago? Geez, like 2 months ago, something like that. I think one thing I've said this before. Familiarity, it doesn't breed contempt, it breeds indifference. When I was living in Winnipeg, because I was so familiar with it, because I lived there, I never really appreciated it because you're always around, so you always assume that you can find it or hang out or check it out at any given point, right? Um, which I really love doing. Um, but I was always more indifferent to it than I probably should be. Now that I've moved away, when I go back, it's kind of like I'm experiencing it for almost more like a tourist, and I get to actually really appreciate what a great place it actually is and how much I love being there. So that was really fun. Oh, here it is. I was last there June 5th, so about 2 months ago. Sitting behind a camera and talking. You try doing it for hours at a time. It's actually harder than people think. Hello, Jangles. I never got stabbed in Winnipeg. I love Winnipeg and I always felt very safe there. I mean, I spent time downtown. I spent time in all around Winnipeg. Never felt scared, never felt concerned. Obviously, there's crime everywhere, including crime in Winnipeg. It just is what it is. You have to be careful, you have to be smart. But I've traveled to so many different places where I've been told it's dangerous. Detroit, Chicago, Brazil, Colombia, the Philippines. Never felt unsafe, never felt scared, never felt concerned. So, I don't know. I think people need to just use their heads, be smart, pay attention to travel advisories, but also I'm grateful for the places I've been and traveled to and the fact I've never felt unsafe in any of them. Jangles brings up a good point. Well, I like to think I do more than just talk behind a camera as well. One of the things I do is travel, and I was lucky enough on this weekend. Actually, let me get the exact dates. I was lucky enough from July 20. When was I there? There you go. I was obviously lucky enough to be in Ottawa, Ontario from July 22nd to July 23rd. The reason is I attended with the National Trust, who were holding a celebration. They were celebrating 50 years. I'm going to get some more water. I'll be back in just 1 second. They were celebrating 50 years of Canada being on the UNESCO World Heritage List. Or sorry, let me rephrase that. Celebrating 50 years of Canada being a signatory to the UNESCO World Heritage Convention. UNESCO, UNESCO, stands for United Nations Education, Science, and Cultural Organization. And one of the things that they organize and they monitor is the World Heritage Convention. The World Heritage Convention requires all signatory and member states, including Canada, to preserve and protect sites of outstanding universal value. And those sites of outstanding universal value are listed in the UNESCO World Heritage List. Um, a site must possess outstanding universal value and meet one of 10 selection criteria. Now, the World Heritage List, which again is a list of sites protected by the UNESCO World Heritage Convention and which every member state is required to preserve and protect to the best of their abilities. Um, what's wrong with tap water? I don't know what Cisco is. Um, Never heard of Jake's Showcase. Is cultural criteria and natural criteria, because there are six. The World Heritage Convention, it protects both cultural sites, which would be man-made sites, but also natural sites, like the Grand Canyon might be one, for example. And honestly, I'm lucky to live in a country where we have tap water that's safe to drink. Having traveled to many countries where that's not the case, I consider myself very lucky to be living in a country where we have tap water that we can drink. It's a little thing, but it matters, right? If we all knew how rare it is for people to have access to tap water, I think that we would maybe be more appreciative of what we actually have. So, cultural criteria. And again, to be listed as a World Heritage, to be listed on the UNESCO World Heritage List, the site needs to meet at least one of these 10 criteria. First, needs to be a masterpiece of human creative genius, or it needs to represent the interchange of human values in architecture, technology, or town planning. Or it needs to provide a testimony to a living or disappeared civilization. Or it needs to be an example of an architectural or technological ensemble illustrating a stage in human history. Or it needs to be an example of a traditional human settlement or land use representing a culture. Or it needs to be associated with events, living traditions, or beliefs of outstanding universal significance. So those are the cultural criteria under which a Masonic site, could be a Masonic lodge, Masonic building, would fit. There's also 4 natural criteria for, again, a natural site like the Grand Canyon. Superlative natural phenomena or exceptional natural beauty. It needs to represent major stages of Earth's history, including the record of life and geological processes, or significant ongoing ecological or biological processes in evolution, or it needs to provide important natural habitats for in situ conservation or biological diversity and threatened species. So in 50 years ago, so 1976, Canada signed on to the UNESCO World Heritage Convention, meaning Canada agreed to protect and preserve any of the sites within our country that are listed under the UNESCO World Heritage List, otherwise known as any sites that possess outstanding universal value, including but not limited to the Rideau Canal. In fact, if you hold on just one second, Canada presently has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 12, 18, 20, 22 World Heritage sites protected under the World Heritage Convention. Les Aux Meadows, Old Town Lunenburg, Head smashed in Buffalo Jump, Rideau Canal, where I was. Nahanni National Park, Wood Buffalo National Park, Anticosti, Pimatron Aki, Trondick Klondike, Writing on Stone, Mistaken Point, Skangway, Canadian Rocky Mountain Parks, Gros Morne National Park, Historic District of Old Quebec, Dinosaur Provincial Park, Joggins Fossil Cliffs, Red Bay Basque Whaling Station, Landscape of Grand Prix, Migashu National Park, Kluan Wrangell St. Elias Glacier Bay, Watertown Glacial International Peace Park. Actually, I got these postcards listing all 22 spots, all 22 sites of outstanding universal value. I will be likely sending those out this Christmas to all of my Patreons who are at any financial level of support, from $5 a month all the way up to $50 a month. One of the things you'll get is one of these postcards, because every year at Christmas I send out, and I'm proud to send out correspondence. However, one area where I think we within Freemasonry are lacking is representation on the UNESCO World Heritage List. UNESCO World Heritage List does have a searchable database. Goodbye, Dad. Love you. Thank you for being here. And when you type in Freemason into the searchable database, zero properties pop up. When you type in Mason, 68 properties pop up. When you type in Masonic, one property pops up. That is the Levuka Historical Port Town in Fiji. When you go to search, Levuka Historical Port Town, it became part of the World Heritage List in 2013. It falls under criteria 2 and 4. I'm going to pull that up one more time. Which is, it represents an important interchange of human values over time or cultural areas affecting architecture, technology, or landscape design. And it represents an outstanding example of building, hello, Ehab, outstanding example of building architectural or technological ensemble illustrating significant stages in human history, both of which I think is really cool. When you search Levuka Historical Port Town, the town and its low line of buildings set among coconut and mango trees along the beachfront was the first colonial capital of Fiji, ceded to the British in 1874. The town is an outstanding example of late 19th century Pacific port settlements, reflects the integration of local building traditions by a supreme naval power, leading to the emergence of a unique landscape. Hold on just one second. When it mentions the items contained within, or the key elements contained within the port town, key elements include the former Totoga and Nassau village sites, the former Cacobel Parliament House site, Morris Hedstrom Bond Store, Baba Indentured Labor Settlement, Henning's Residence, Captain Robbie's Bungalow, Sacred Heart Cathedral, and Prevost Street dating from the 1860s, the Royal Hotel, founded in the late 1860s, Deed of Cession Site, former Government House Site, Port Authority, Post and Customs Buildings, together with their remnant tram tracks to the wharf, former Methodist Church and Mission, Levuka Public School, Town Hall, Masonic Lodge, Ovalu Club, Bowling Club, Workers' Cottages, and the Shell Button Factory site. So notice again, a Masonic Lodge specifically mentioned as a key element within this port town. And the fact is, we talked about this before, I've said a million times, Freemasonry owes its growth, owes its expansion outside of England to the Navy, to the water, to Freemasonry traveling on ships. which is why you very often see Masonic lodges and Masonic buildings outside of England first popping up in port towns and in ports in general. I mentioned Boston, Paris, Hong Kong, Macau, South Africa, and indeed Levuka port town in Fiji. Again, the fact that it was a port town meant it's not surprising at all that a Masonic building would find its way into the port town and would end up being protected under the World Heritage List, or more specifically, the UNESCO World Heritage Convention. We within Freemasonry are evolved out of and a continuation of stonemasonry in a practical setting. So one of the cool things about that is you also see stonemasonry referenced significantly in the World Heritage List. When you type in stonemasonry, in particular, one site pops up, the Renaissance Monumental Ensembles of Úbeda and Baeza. It became part of the World Heritage List in 2003. The urban morphology of two small cities of Úbeda and Baeza in southern Spain dates back to the Moorish 9th century to the Reconquista in the 13th century, and an important development taking place in the 16th century where the cities were subject to renovations along the lines of the emerging Renaissance. This planning intervention was part of the introduction into Spain of new humanistic ideas from Italy, which went on to have great influence on the architecture of Latin America. It notices here, this region has both Islamic roots and an intense medieval tradition in stonework. Stone masonry was enriched by Andres de Van Delvira as described in the Libro de Traces, Book of Stone Cutting Designs, a very important book for stonemasons and a very important book from a metaphorical sense for Freemasons. Once again, Book of Stone Cutting Designs, which I think every Freemason should read if you get the chance. I'd recommend everybody checking it out. It had a great influence on Latin American architecture. The masters of Úbeda Baeza greatly contributed to universal Renaissance culture, complementing Italian construction with particular Islamic influences and the systemic use of stone masonry. I talked about this on my YouTube channel, right? Freemasonry, ultimately, yes, it borrowed from a great many different groups and organizations and took from a great many traditions and philosophies. But at its core, Freemasonry is simply the extension of stone masonry and stone Masonic work in a social setting. For that reason, we should care about our stone Masonic roots, going all the way back to the creation of the first stone tools, through to sites of important stone Masonic heritage, through to works like the Book of Stone Cutting Designs, written by Alonso de Cortés de Piedra. It is considered the best compendium of stereotomy and stonemasonry in Europe until the end of the 17th century. Clint, I should be on Mount Rushmore. But I mentioned that not that long ago on my YouTube channel. I was at the celebration of the 50th anniversary of Canada signing on to the UNESCO World Heritage Convention. And one thing I pointed out, which I thought was really, really cool, was, I was looking through this museum, which was going through the history of the building of the Rideau Canal, and they were showing the tools that were used by the stonemasons in the construction and building of the Rideau Canal and the formation of it. And I'm not going into specifics, but a lot of those stone tools, a lot of those Masonic, those stonemasonry tools are also examples of working tools within Freemasonry. We never want to forget that, by any means, that we are evolved from stone masons, and that is where, we come from. So the fact that the UNESCO World Heritage Convention not only preserves and protects sites that include Masonic lodges and Masonic buildings, but also preserves and protects sites that are important to stonemasonry and for and of stonemasonry, I think is incredibly important. Um, what is the truth, great legend? So, with that in mind, I think it's also incredibly important. By the way, I'm one subscriber away from 4,450 subs. Um, to help me out. Let's do one more sub. I'd be much obliged. So, we talked about the criteria before. As I said, I think it's a real shame. It did not come from the Templar Knight. That's a legend. That's not actually true. That's a legendary or apocryphal story, not literally the case. Um, you know, Freemasonry has been of outstanding universal value to worldwide culture. As a consequence of that, excuse me, it should be protected under the UNESCO World Heritage Center for a World Heritage List for sites of outstanding cultural value or outstanding universal value. Now, not every Masonic building will qualify to be on the list, of course. However, there is no question that in my opinion, thank you, DA12B. Everett, thank you for being here. There is no doubt, in my opinion, that the United Grand Lodge of England on Queen Street, for example, without a question, could fit into the UNESCO World Heritage Convention under cultural criteria number 2, an important interchange of human values over time or cultural areas affecting architecture, technology, or landscape. The fact that the United Grand Lodge of England on Queen Street represents the very first Masonic Grand Lodge ever, and as a consequence of that, represents the space from which Freemasonry and speculative Masonry started the interchange of human values by traveling and affecting people around the world, first in port towns, then inside, by spreading charters to Masonic lodges around the world. I think there's no doubt it could be within the interchange of human values, because Freemasonry is ultimately about human values, the value of brotherly love, the value of relief, and the value of truth. Testimony, a unique or exceptional testimony to a cultural tradition or civilization. Freemasonry is a cultural tradition. It's one, wherever it goes, it kind of adopts to and adapts to the local culture. So the culture of Freemasonry in the Philippines is different than the culture of Freemasonry at the United Grand Lodge of England, is different than the culture of Freemasonry in North America, South America, Japan. However, Freemasonry also does contain its own cultural traditions, its own cultural mores, its own cultural norms, and the United Grand Lodge of England is a testimony to that. As for that matter, I would argue, is the Philadelphia Masonic Temple, as is the Detroit Masonic Temple, as is the Sydney Masonic Temple. All of it, you could argue, are deserving of that testimony and that criteria. Association, directly or tangibly associated with events, living traditions, ideas, beliefs, or artistic works of outstanding universal significance. I don't think there's any question at all that Freemasonry is a living tradition, living ideas, and not religious beliefs, but certainly a type of belief, a belief in brotherly love, a belief in relief, a belief in truth, a belief that the world can be made better through those things, a belief that it's worth spending time with other people. And again, right, there is no question that the United Grand Lodge of England, the building itself, the site itself, is directly and tangibly associated with the living tradition, the living ideas, and the living beliefs that are Freemasonry. So too is the Masonic Temple in Philadelphia, Detroit, heck, even Windsor. And not only is it a living tradition, a living idea or belief, it is also traditions, ideas, and beliefs of outstanding universal significance. There is no question that Freemasonry has been to the world and in the world of outstanding universal significance. And our sites, our buildings that are tangibly associated with that outstanding universal significance deserve to be protected. Now, in many cases, they are protected by national historic designations, or in Canada, local, like provincial or even municipal historic or heritage designations. It's rare that they are directly or tangibly or protected, excuse me, by international designations such as the World Heritage List. So I think based on criteria two, right? And I'm using the United Grand Lodge of England, but I could also use Philadelphia. I could use many others. But I think based on the following criteria, I think the United Grand Lodge of England's building on Queen Street absolutely represents an important interchange of human values over time as Freemasonry spread from the United Grand Lodge throughout the world, throughout the entire globe, first in port towns, then inland. Um, I think it represents or fits into criteria three. It is the testimony to a unique or exceptional testimony to a cultural tradition or civilization. Freemasonry is a cultural tradition that expanded across the globe and then adapted to the cultures in which it came into contact with. But there's no question, the culture, even if you want to say the cultural tradition of stonemasonry, right? Stonemasonry itself, tradesmen, craftsmen, is a type of culture, and their work represents a type of cultural tradition. And the fact that we, for example, have our working tools in Freemasonry is a testimony to that cultural tradition, and therefore is worth celebrating and worth exploring, and worth preserving. And then association. There's no question in my mind that our Masonic buildings, including but not limited to the United Grand Lodge of England, is directly, not just tangibly, but is directly associated with the living tradition that is Freemasonry, with the living ideas of and towards Freemasonry and the beliefs of Freemasonry, and that these are all of outstanding universal significance. I mean, unfortunately, some stone masonry, JJ, was done through slave labor. They were very rarely skilled craftsmen. They were people just dragooned into service and forced to carry big rocks. Stone masonry itself, the art of stone masonry, was usually performed, at least the supervision of such was done by tradesmen who were trained in the arts. But sure, many times stonework was done by slaves, like in Egypt, for example, the pyramids, right? Which could be the earliest example of stonemasonry, if you don't count stone tools, right? Like, again, the UNESCO World Heritage Site, if you look at pyramids, ancient Thebes with its necropolis, Memphis and its necropolis, the pyramid fields from Giza to Dashur are all protected. Guatemala, archaeological park and ruins of forgive me if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Quirigua, the Mayan sites, the Mexican sites, and Sudan. All these pyramids are protected, and many of them were built by slave labor. Jerry the Mouse, please like and subscribe. How did what even happen? So I think, based on the criteria I listed, there is no question that many of our Masonic sites, 100%, would qualify for protection under the UNESCO World Heritage Convention. We should be able to get them onto the UNESCO World Heritage List. I'm sure it's not an easy process. I'm sure it takes a ton of work. I did want to go over briefly how one gets onto the UNESCO World Heritage List. First, you get onto the tentative list. And then you can be selected to move up. So getting onto the UNESCO tentative list requires a national government to create an inventory of significant natural or cultural sites, consult local stakeholders, and submit official documentation to UNESCO World Heritage Center. So, identifying properties. National authorities, states parties, select domestic sites that hold potential outstanding universal value. They engage stakeholders. They must involve local communities, indigenous peoples, regional governments, and site managers during the drafting phase. Formulate a description covering the site's location, geographical data, justification why it has outstanding universal value, and a comparative analysis against similar properties. There is the formal tentative list submission format in English and French, and transmit, to UNESCO. Submit the finalized inventory directly to the World Heritage Center. A site must sit on the national tentative list for at least 1 year before the country can submit a formal nomination dossier for full World Heritage status. Does Bill Gates? No, Bill Gates does not own the UNESCO convention. I don't think anybody owns the United Nations. I think that's kind of the point of it, right? So, for example, in England, if they ever were to look at putting the United Grand Lodge of England on the tentative list, it is managed at the national level by the Department for Culture, Media and Sports, with technical advisory support from Historic England and ICOMOS UK. The UK government reviews and updates its full tentative list roughly every 10 years via an open application process. I'm doing well, Ham Rand. How are you doing? So, wait for review and call. The Department for Culture, Media, and Sports periodically opens a formal bidding round, inviting local authorities, heritage groups, and site managers to put forward applications. Applicants must submit a comprehensive proposal outlining how the English cultural site possesses outstanding universal value, prove authenticity and integrity. For cultural heritage, you must explicitly detail how the site's physical fabric or cultural significance is authentic and well preserved. Align the property with at least one of UNESCO's 6 specific cultural criteria. I've said before, I think it fits into at least 3 of the cultural criteria. Then there's a national evaluation, an independent expert panel appointed by the DCMS and featuring specialists from Historic England and the Joint Nature Conservation Committee, evaluates all submitted applications. Ministerial approval, the panel provides recommendations to the DCMS ministers who make the final decision on which English sites will be selected to join the unified UK tentative list. And then phase 3, submission to UNESCO. The DCMS transmits the newly revised national tentative list to the UNESCO World Heritage Center in Paris. If it's on there, it needs to remain on the list for at least 1 year before the UK government can initiate a full World Heritage nomination dossier. If you go to, what's really interesting is if you go to the tentative list, which again, you need to be on this list at least once before you are able to get onto the main list. When you try, there's no, like Freemasonry itself on here. There's nothing Masonic on the tentative list. When you try to type United Grand Lodge of England, also nothing pops up. Queen Street, nothing pops up. Mason, a lot of things pop up, but it all looks, to my knowledge, to be um, regarding stone masonry and not speculative masonry. I just want to check one thing quickly. Yeah, third and second millennials AD, so from the ancient world. So what that means is, and again, I'm giving this down to my brethren, Masonic brethren um, in England. I don't think there's any question that the United Grand Lodge of England fits into and fulfills more than one criteria of the UNESCO World Heritage List, more specifically the UNESCO World Heritage Convention. I think there's no question that Freemasonry as a concept, but also the United Grand Lodge of England on Queen Street represents outstanding universal value, represents a interchange of human, in fact, the first link of the ultimate chain of interchange of human values over time and really over space, over the globe. It represents a very unique and very exceptional testimony to a cultural tradition or civilization. The cultural tradition being stone masons and then eventually Freemasonry. And it represents a direct association with the living tradition of Freemasonry and stonemasonry, with idea of Freemasonry and the beliefs of Freemasonry, and is therefore considered or has outstanding universal significance. So what I would recommend, and I'm happy to write about this and send information, is if you are an English Freemason, talk to your worshipful master in your lodge, talk to your district deputy, talk to the Grand Master if you can. Get in touch with England's Department for Culture, Media and Sport, the DCMS, and ask them the next time they will be having a review call to open a bidding process to invite local authorities, heritage groups, and site managers. So in this case, it would be Masonic, managers of the United Grand Lodge of England to put forward an application to have the United Grand Lodge of England on Queen Street included in the tentative list of the UNESCO World Heritage Convention. If it is able to remain on the list for at least 1 year, it can then apply to be part of the UNESCO World Heritage Convention itself, which, amongst other things, would obligate the government to protect and preserve the site and also provide opportunities for funding for the building to do any work necessary to preserve it for the next 100, 200, 300, 400 years. But that is done through England's Department of Culture, Media and Sport, the DCMS. I guess every 10 years or so, they open up the process and invite new sites or new groups to submit applications for admission on the tentative list based on the criteria mentioned. Right now, there are very few sites protected by UNESCO specifically to Freemasonry. There are several related to stonemasonry and stone Masonic work, but significantly less for Freemasonry. So I think that's something we need to work on. That's for England. I think United Grand Lodge of England is the most obvious possibility, but there's also, amongst other places, there's also the Philadelphia Masonic Temple, the Detroit Masonic Temple, Scottish Rite Cathedral in Hamilton, Sydney. I mean, I think a lot of Masonic buildings throughout the world, or a lot of Masonic sites throughout the world, would qualify to be of outstanding universal value and worthy of protection, even under the natural criteria, natural criteria. Without a doubt, you could look at, for example, Masonic Island in North Dakota would be a great one. I think There's several Masonic graveyards, such as, let me see if I can find the one now. Masonic Cemetery in New Orleans, that's one that I remember hearing about before. Eugene Masonic Cemetery in Oregon. I think the one in New Orleans, especially from what I understand, could be considered to be of outstanding universal value because it's very unique history. And Prince Hall has one in, is it Atlanta? I'm just checking to make sure I remember where it was. Arlington, Massachusetts, excuse me. The only known surviving African American Masonic burial ground in the United States. I think that's a cultural site that, without a question, would be of outstanding universal value and deserving of protection. Frank, I never use ChatGPT. I'll double check, I'll double check and confirm something with, for example, Gemini as I'm typing, but I never rely exclusively on any type of AI. That can be very dangerous. I always want to make sure, first and foremost, that I at least have an idea before I double check to make sure. Mopor, you're absolutely right. To everybody watching this, please hit like and subscribe. I'm getting very close to, let's see, 4,450 subs. So let's help a brother out. Yes, Yo Maple, kindness and courtesy do go hand in hand. I agree with that 100%. So I'm going to be writing about this soon, but I think sometimes we forget about how much value Freemasonry has provided to really the world, but to humanity specifically. I think it's incredible the amount of value we have demonstrated and provided to the world. And because of that, I think we need to be celebrating that. And a good way to do so is through the UNESCO World Heritage Convention. Because by getting onto that convention, onto that list, we can remind people that Freemasonry has actually been a force for good and a force for value, or a force to increase value within really the entire world. I had an incredible time celebrating the 50th anniversary of Canada signing on to the UNESCO World Heritage Convention. And I hope to see us on there for another 50 years and more. And thank you to the National Trust for doing an incredible job at preserving our national heritage sites and at making sure that we celebrate these sites all year round and every year, not just on these special anniversaries. Mopor, I don't know about that. I know a lot. But I think that the thing to keep in mind is it's not about whether you know more or less. What it is I have the experience to know what's true and what's baloney, right? That's the biggest difference. I don't claim to know everything, but I have enough experience within Freemasonry, enough visits at different Masonic lodges and Masonic buildings and Masonic rituals that I know if something is BS or not, right? And that's a really cool thing. That is something a lot of people don't understand. They'll say, I've studied everything about Freemasonry. Yeah, but if you've not been active and involved within Freemasonry, you're not going to know what's legitimate and you're not going to know what's bullshit. You need to keep those in mind, or keep that in mind, right? And I think because I'm so active in Freemasonry, I'm very confident that if I look up something on Gemini, I know if it passes the smell test. I know if it's legitimate or not legitimate right off the bat. So once again, congratulations to the Gordie Howe Bridge, which has officially opened and is officially welcoming both commercial and personal or private traffic, which is really cool to see. Another way to travel to the States is something awesome. Beyond that, the fact that I can wheel over there and not have to pay for the tolls is also incredibly cool. So I think that's really awesome. And I'm grateful for that. Beyond that, I also want to give a quick shout out, if I could find it now. Where'd it go? To the United Grand Lodge of England. No worries, you don't apologize. I appreciate it. I appreciate you saying that. It's just keep in mind, it's not about knowing more, it's about knowing what is legit and illegitimate. That's the better thing to have, right? It's like when I went to law school. It wasn't about how much can I know legally. Thank your local Spurs fan. It's because like you can't know every law. It's just impossible. But what you can know is where to find the law, and where to look properly and how to find it quickly, but also correctly, right? That's the better thing to know. So, I also want to congratulate the United Grand Lodge of England. They posted this on July 17th, so forgive me for being a little bit late. We are pleased to announce that the Grand Lodge of Scotland has joined the Council of Freemasonry, which is now known as the Council for Freemasonry in Great Britain, bringing together the United Grand Lodge of England, the Order of Women Freemasons, and now Scots Masons, as well as the HFAF, which is the I can't think of what it's called now. It's basically Freemasonry in the Falkland Islands type thing. Um, the council will strengthen collaboration and champion the shared values of integrity, friendship, and respect and service. So congratulations to the Grand Lodge of Scotland, which has joined the Council of Freemasonry. I visited the Grand Lodge of Scotland last year, and it was absolutely incredible. And I was so grateful to be there. It was a blast, truly. Um, I guess, Harry, you'll just never know. What can I say? So I'm going to make that the question, the poll question, and then we're just going to go back to hanging out and chatting once again. Should Freemasons apply to be part of the UNESCO World Heritage List? Actually, we'll go this way. Convention list. For the record, I think we should. I'm going to put that here as well. Now, I will say there can be some challenges with being part of a heritage convention at any level, international through to local. One of the big ones is you are limited in the renovations you can do with your building because you need to try to preserve it at the level of, at the level of, or whatever it was historically. So you couldn't, for example, bulldoze your building and build a brand new one on top of it, even if you wanted to, if it's protected under these conventions. So there is a balance you have to meet. But for something like UGLE, I can't imagine, and I'd be very sad if they were to, for example, try to tear it down because it's such an incredible building. Androctonus, I'm doing well. How are you doing? All right. People are fighting in the chat. Ari's going to get a timeout in a second. You guys don't calm down. He's just asking to be a troll. So, so be it. No. 2 votes. Actually, I suppose the better question I should say is, do you consider Freemason to be of outstanding universal value? And if the answer to that is yes, why do you find it to be so? Might be a better question to be asking people. Androctonus, how are you doing? Thank you for being here as always. I don't know how much you caught, but I will say one more time what an absolute pleasure I had visiting and being at the Rideau Canal. Ottawa is a place that I truly love. I've written about it a bunch of times on social media, on Medium. And one of the things I loved being there this time was celebrating the UNESCO World Heritage Convention and specifically the National Trust. So I thought that was really, really cool to be there for that. I've been to Ottawa a couple of times for the National Trust, They have a really cool convention there. Um, last 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I don't remember how long ago it was, but it was awesome to be there. In my opinion, Ottawa is one of the greatest cities in the world. It's really cool Masonic heritage as well. I was really impressed with visiting the Westboro, excuse me, not Woodsboro, that's Scream, the Westboro um, Masonic Lodge, where they have done an incredible job welcoming and bringing the community into their Masonic building. They have Kung Fu classes, and I mean, they have different community classes for adults. I think they have yoga as well, 5 nights a week. All right. And so nothing but respect to uh, Westboro Masonic Temple. They took part in open doors. They invite people around for different events. If I recall correctly, they had a community barbecue. So nothing but respect to the Westboro Masonic Lodge or Masonic Temple in Ottawa for truly doing an excellent job. I shared it on socials, on my Facebook, on my Instagram, and yeah, I think they're doing an incredible job to be part of, if we expect Freemasonry to grow, we need to be relevant to our communities. And the biggest way we can be relevant to our communities is through, amongst other things, is through our buildings. So, no, Mopor. Westboro is a suburb or a community in Ottawa. It's kind of West Ottawa. No connection to Westboro at all. There are two main Masonic buildings in Ottawa. There's Westboro, Westboro, which is in the Westboro area, and then there's a Masonic Center on Waverly Walkley. It's the biggest Masonic building there. And they're both really cool, really incredible places. I've had amazing memories in both. And I love visiting it whenever I can. I lived in Ottawa for 2 years, so. They also have a Chinese Freemasonry building, the Chinese Freemasons. It's a fascinating history. It is not, we're not recognized by them, nor they by us, but it's still a really incredible place really cool history. I'd love to talk more about it. Yes, the Westboro Masonic Temple. They're doing an incredible job with that building, welcoming the public and welcoming the community in. It's one of those things where, like, it's a little thing, but if you want your building to do well, if you want your building to be successful, and more importantly, if you want Freemasonry to be successful in your area, you need to not just be of outstanding universal value, you need to show that outstanding universal value. What is it about you and your lodge that makes you of outstanding universal value? I think it's really important. So not really, Mopar. They usually have the square and compasses on the facade somewhere. They very often have a sign naming, itself as the, Masonic temple. It's more the decades in which they were built. So if your Masonic building was built in the 1920s, you're very likely to be built in a 1920s style, which is like neoclassical. If you're built in more modern times, it's very likely, as I just ran to turn on my air conditioning, it's very likely that modern style, right? Your building will reflect the style of the time in which it was built, more so than anything else. Thai homes? No, we do not do any goat stuff, and no, we do not. But please hit like and subscribe nonetheless. We are now at 4,450 subs. We're getting closer and closer to 5,000. One subscriber at a time. I would be truly grateful. And I'll be back on at 1 a.m. tonight as well. Don't forget about that. We'd love to have you guys. But for now, we're just going to hang out and wait to see who joins. To all the people answering the poll question, by the way, let me know why you said yes or no. Why did you answer the question the way you did? Why do you think we either should or should not be part of the UNESCO World Heritage Convention? There's no right answer, there's no wrong answer. Just curious. I can say for me, yes, but that's just my own personal opinion, so. I like the visual appeal of older buildings. I do too. I mean, I love my Masonic building. I think it's one of the coolest Masonic buildings in the world. I love it. I love the brickwork, both, on the front of it, on the sides, the facade, the elevation. It's absolutely incredible. And I think, many of our buildings were built with that in mind. I've said it before, but the Windsor Masonic Temple, it's a architectural gem, um, in Windsor. And it's one of those places that the facade is just so well known. So, such an important and beautiful kind of part of what it means to be in Windsor. Like everybody knows that building. Even if you've never been inside of it, you've passed by, you've seen it, you've been part of it at some point. Like it's been a part of your commute. You've recognized it, whatever it might be, right? That's just a really cool thing that I love about it. So we should be celebrating those things. There's an outstanding universal human value, in my opinion, truly, simply in like just in the process of beauty, right? Of buildings being beautiful. There's absolutely a value in that. And some, Masonic buildings are some of the most beautiful buildings in the world. So even if it's nothing but giving somebody something nice to look at as they're walking by, as they're wheeling by, that matters a lot, and that's incredibly important. Add on to that all the time people spend in our Masonic buildings, add to that all of the time, people have had special events, celebrations, weddings, banquets, graduations. Add to that all the Masonic things we've done in those buildings, charity drives, as well as the personal charitable work, as well as the ritual and ceremony. It's bringing things into society that make it better, that provide value, not just value, but that provides outstanding universal value. So I guess that's what I'd say about that. Loose instead of lose. Weston, welcome. Thank you for being here. Awesome, Yo Maple. That's a very good answer. The interesting thing, though, is, you said part of the community's history, which I agree with you 100%. And very often you see Masonic buildings are reflected in like local community heritage lists as well as national heritage or historic lists. You see that very often in Canada, you see it very often in the United States. But you don't see that, for example, very few people, I think, recognize, and it's unfortunate, recognize that, in fact, we are also of outstanding universal value, meaning the entire world. It's not just about being locally or community important, it's about being important to the world. We're outstanding universal value. So I think that's a really cool thing as well to keep in mind. I think maybe that's where the disconnect is. Because I brought up before that like within Freemasonry, very often our buildings and our sites are recognized and represented on national as well as community and municipal heritage lists, but not on international or United Nations heritage lists, which is something I would hope we can consider changing perhaps. But I still appreciate it nonetheless. Interestingly enough, though, the no's are way higher. We got 6 no's to 2 yeses. So to the 6 people who said no, let me know why you said no. Are you concerned about, for example, maybe the danger of losing control of our buildings in some sense? We're not able to do as much with them as we'd like to, right? Which could be very possible. Certainly one of the dangers is you're not able to make changes that you would like because you're now protected and preserved under a heritage list, right? That could be one possibility. My day's going well, Noodle Naka. How's your day going? Thank you for being here. Please, as always, take a moment to hit like and hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, let me know. And we're just about to hanging out chatting. I talked about the UNESCO World Heritage List. I think that we qualify under certain criteria. Many of our Masonic buildings to be or not to be protected under the World Heritage List. I think it's worth exploring. I think the most obvious place to start is the United Grand Lodge of England on Queen Street. But that's the first Grand Lodge. But there are many others that I'm sure would qualify as well. That's awesome, Noodle Knocker. I mean, I once set my wheelchair on fire trying to weld. So, hey, good for you. Nothing but respect. Because I have no skill. I have no manual labor skills. I can't build anything to save my life. Everything I try to build breaks. So for heaven's sakes, do not ask me to weld anything for you. But good for you. I mean, I don't know what's been going on in your life, Noodle Knocker, but what I'll say is, if you've been managing to survive, then you know what? Good for you. Like, sometimes that's all you can do. Like, genuinely. I know a lot of people struggle with different things. You're here, you put yourself in a position where you've made it through maybe some rough times, and now you're capable of, maybe starting, you're starting this welding thing. You're starting, in some ways, maybe you're restarting your life. But the fact that you're able to restart your life is because, first and foremost, you had the opportunity to start your life, if that makes sense. You did what you needed to do the last 15 years. You survived it. You made it through, and now you're here. Right? Sometimes just surviving is actually a really big deal and something to be very proud of. Oh, I agree, and I'm glad you're finding a purpose, Noodle Knocker, and getting a job can absolutely provide you with a sense of purpose. So good for you. You should be proud of yourself. But I'm saying, you say you've done nothing over the last 15 years. You survived. Whatever challenges you were going through, whatever hard times you were going through, you survived them. You made it out the other end, and now you're here. And now you put yourself in a position where you can get yourself a job. So I think you should be proud of yourself for that. Well, I mean, maybe PC gaming was something that, like, I'm trying to think of the right way to say this, and I know I'm going to say this wrong, so forgive me as I try to explain this. Like, when you take an addiction of any sort, right? Obviously, the best thing is to stop the addiction. I don't care whether it's drugs, alcohol, PC gaming, gambling, right? Like, the best and the most important thing you can do is to stop the addiction, because it's, by the nature of it, an addiction is something that's going to ruin your life. But if in the short term, the addiction is something that you feel that you need to keep yourself going. Like if PC gaming helped you kind of feel like you were going to be able to survive rough times or hard times, or if substances is what gave you the strength to keep going, I mean, then so be it. The goal is to have a plan of how you get off of it and how you get away from it eventually, right? Like it was, what's his name? Craig Ferguson, who was, he's a comedian I really liked. He was an alcoholic. He pointed out, he was an alcoholic. He said, I was an alcoholic. I needed alcohol. It was my medicine. It was a thing that actually was keeping me alive before I realized there were better ways to keep myself alive, right? I don't know if that made any sense. I guess my point is, it sounds like you went through a tough time with the with the addiction to PC gaming, but you made it out the other side, and I'm sure you're gonna have a better life on the other side of it. So, I wish you best of luck with getting yourself that job. I hope you get it. If for whatever reason, though, you're not able to, there'll be other jobs. Just keep going. Just keep working. You're going to be okay. At least I think you're going to be okay. And I know what I'm talking about because I'm a smart fella. Yo Maple brings up a good point. Whatever it is in life that you thought you thought you couldn't survive, you thought might kill you, clearly it didn't because you're still here. And you're still doing well. I think, for some people, Freemasonry can help them with their challenges and struggles, but it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, right? For many people, there's a million different things. You need to find what works for you. And you need to find what works for you that is the healthiest thing as well. I mean, pastries in general are delicious, whatever type they may be. So I support that. Hey, you got your own place. Yes, it's rented, but it's still a roof over your head. Good for you. Keep up the good work. I think you should be proud of yourself and all the success you've had, and also how much further you're going to make it, right? I'm excited to see what the future holds for you because I'm sure it's going to be good things. So keep up the good work. And, every day is another step forward. There's nothing wrong with having struggles and having challenges. The goal has to be making those challenges, overcoming them, and being proud of the fact you overcame them. We're just hanging out, chatting. No specific topics at this point. I talked about UNESCO World Heritage List. I think we in Freemasonry need to be on that list. In our sites, I should say, need to be on that list. I talked about the criteria, which I think we qualify on that list. But now we're back to just hanging out, chatting about whatever. So any thoughts you guys have, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. And don't forget, I'll be back on at 1 a.m. tonight. Also, I am planning something special for August 21st. Still getting the details, but once I have the details, I will let you know for sure. Oh, Noodle, it's incredible. Don't forget, when you see cool stuff like that, you can post it on... You can post it, on, put the comment right on the video. Comments and engagement, they help big time in getting more people engaged and involved. But why August 21st? Because the 21st of the month, very often I have special 24-hour streams or content marathons. It's just because, honestly, the first time I did it, most of my audience suggested the 21st worked well, and it was a good time for me to do it. And I kind of try to keep that I don't do it all the time. There can be other things that are happening. I could be traveling, whatever it might be. But it also works well for some guests I may have. I still don't want to say exactly what it is yet because I'm still working out the details. But as soon as I know, you will know. But for now, mark your calendars down as August 21st. Starting 2 p.m., there will be something. I hope the air conditioner isn't too loud, but we have a very, very humid day. We're going to have a storm, I have no doubt. So, once that storm hits, maybe I'll leave some videos on the personal YouTube channel. Democrat power. Keep in mind, Freemasonry is not political, but welcome nonetheless. How much does your barber charge? I have a couple different barbers I go to, but my one barbershop I use frequently is the Prince Barbershop on Wyandotte. He's a great barber. He does great work. He keeps this nice and clean because I am lazy and I want a simple haircut as possible. I am not near Tornado. I don't even know where Tornado Alley is. I never heard that expression before. I think that's in Kansas, isn't it? I'm in Windsor, Ontario, so pretty far from that. But we're definitely looking at a pretty nice storm. If you look out the window, especially with all the humidity, it wouldn't shock me if we had a crazy storm. I'll be right back too. Gonna get more water. I mean, that's a decent amount. Mine is not that expensive, but it also depends where you're getting your haircut done. Right? A lot of it depends on where you're getting your haircut done. In Ottawa, where I get my haircut done when I'm visiting, is more expensive than Windsor because it's just everything in Ottawa is more expensive. Um, it just kind of is what it is. It's one of those things, right? But part of being a Freemason, and I'm the worst at this, so don't get me wrong, I'm not going to claim otherwise, but one of the goals of being a Freemason should be you want to try to be as much as possible if you can. You want to try to be, you want to try to demonstrate good grooming. You want to look professional, and I say that I'm the worst for that. So for heaven's sakes, do not, under any circumstances, this is a do as I say, not as I do. But I do think we in Freemasonry, our suits should look good and be well pressed. All that stuff should matter a lot. Yes, they are. I think they're broadcast on CBC. I know they're broadcast on CBC Gem. And I've always been one of those people who, for the longest time, I've talked about this before, I was always kind of suspicious of this idea of like looking good and whether or not that matters, right? Because my attitude was always it's what's on the inside that counts. But lately I'm becoming, as someone who's not do this by any means, I've kind of become more of the idea that like maybe it actually does matter how we look and how we present ourselves. So, I mean, I'm trying to be a little bit better for whatever it's worth. Not always succeeding, but that's a whole different story. One of the biggest debates you are seeing amongst Freemasons nowadays very often is dress codes and whether people want there to be dress codes or not. I was actually at a meeting a little while ago in Michigan where there was a pretty heated debate. Didn't grow to like fisticuffs or anything, but a pretty heated debate about whether a dress code was appropriate or not appropriate. So, which is kind of interesting to see. I don't mind seeing that type of stuff in a lodge either. I don't mind seeing occasional debates in a lodge. I think there can be a value to that, because it shows people are thinking about it and people care about it. It really does just depend, though, on a lot of other factors. I mean, that might be a fun question to ask at some point. Um, what do we think of dress codes in a lodge? We are going to just keep hanging out, just chatting, waiting to see who wants to talk. No specific talking points again now that we're done the discussion on the UNESCO World Heritage Convention. I will be leaving in the description to this video all the information about, amongst other things, about the criteria why I think we in Freemasonry should consider exploring should consider exploring application to or application for the UNESCO World Heritage List, and we'll see. Yeah, we wear suits and ties, or a what's it called? Or a tuxedo, depending on the circumstances. Yo, Maple, I'm glad you got your cat. Cats can be challenging. It's like that old Will Ferrell bit, get off the shed, when he's talking to his kids. Sometimes cats can feel like that. But, cats are also cats are pretty talented. They'll probably be okay. When you went back to California, Austin, there's actually a lot of places that have actually it's interesting. There's a lot of places that have actually started to sell Masonic ties. Like at the Grand Lodge, there was a huge, it was really, really interesting and really cool to see. But there was a huge selection of Masonic ties, Masonic bow ties, Masonic shirts. I think that stuff is really cool, so. And a lot of people collect them. Like for me, my collection is mostly Masonic pins, but pins, coins, things like that. But a lot of people collect Masonic ties, Masonic shirts, all that jazz. It's really cool. Do you like going to Disney? I've never been to Disneyland. Oh, I've been to Disneyland when I was younger. I enjoyed it. I thought it was cool. Hello, Mark Beauchamp. How's it going? Thank you for being here. You can get a pretty nice house. I mean, hey, housing prices matter. I've talked about this before. When it comes to Freemasonry, if your housing prices are really expensive And if your gas is really expensive, the cost of living is really expensive, it's harder to dedicate yourself to Freemasonry. I've talked about that a few times, and I think it's very valid to keep that in mind. Do you control the purse strings? I do not control the purse strings myself. We have a treasurer who administers the purse strings, but that's not the same thing as, like, administering the purse strings is not the same thing as actually being in charge of it. No one person is in charge of the purse strings, right? That's the thing you need to keep in mind. It's anytime you have a lodge that needs to, for example, vote or on an expenditure, the lodge needs to vote. The lodge will tell the treasurer and the secretary how to proceed, but ultimately they are not responsible for the purse strings. The lodge decides. If there's a disagreement on how to spend money, there's a vote, and that's kind of where it ends. But that's a really cool part of Freemasonry, and very often Masonic lodges are extra careful to have things like two-person signing authority. So your lodges need at least two people to sign before a check is administered to protect the lodge from shenanigans, all that stuff. It's incredibly important. I control my own purse strings, so please help me out by subscribing, liking, commenting, leaving videos, all that stuff. It helps, leaving comments, all that stuff helps out big time. And as always, thank you for being here. But I mean, that is something I want to talk about because there was recently a case in, I forget where it was, but there was a secretary who actually ended up being found out to have embezzled a lot of money from his lodge over several years. So those things can happen if you're not being careful and being smart. We're going to just keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. As always, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. And once again, no more specific talking points, just hanging out, chatting, talking about whatever. Congratulations to the Gordie Howe Bridge and being opened. It's nice to have a third way to make it to Michigan and the States more in general. And we'll give it some time. Once again, all of the criteria I talked about, we are going to be sharing on the description to this video, as well as a bunch of other spots. So you can expect to see that soon. And let me know, do you think that we as Freemasons should apply, or our sites should apply for our sites to be protected under the UNESCO World Heritage Convention? I mean, there are ways to become a millionaire, but it probably takes a lot more work than embezzling it, right? Although I suppose embezzlement might be hard. I mean, sometimes, yeah, like Key and Peele, right, had a great sketch about this where it's like these two people and they're planning, it sounds like they're planning some type of robbery, right? And they're going like, we're going to commit this crime, it's going to be incredible. And it's one person telling the other how they're going to do it. And he goes, all right, here's what we're going to do to rob this bank. We're going to go to the bank We're going to apply to get jobs. We're going to get the jobs. We're going to stay there 30 to 40 years. And every 2 weeks, they'll deposit money right into our bank account. And then the other guy goes, that's a job. But the whole point is like, yeah, it's probably, in terms of the amount of work and effort and risk, it's probably a lot smarter to just get a job and just do that than to, actually go through all the headache and all the hassle of robbing the place. And then you have to worry about everything that comes with it. I don't know. I thought that's really cool and a really cool thing to keep in mind. Yeah, right? That's a great skit. BHDU fault. Please hit like and subscribe. And it goes back to this idea of like how silly, like for all the talk of like crime doesn't pay, it really doesn't usually, as somebody who worked in a jail for many years. Now, I'm sure there's exceptions. I'm sure there's people who are able to do it and get away with it. I'm sure it's like a 0.01%. For 99.9% of the people, it really does just lead to more problems and more crummy situations and more shitty situations than otherwise. So it's like, why bother? Just get a job, Become a YouTuber. Go and talk on stream for who knows how long at a time. That's true. I mean, that's the philosophy of scam artists, right? Send out 100, 200, maybe a few thousand, maybe 10,000 emails. Eventually, someone will respond, and all you need is one, and that pays for basically the entire 10,000. It's unfortunate, but it kind of just is what it is, And that's why scams are so effective. And there's so many more scams right now. But that's why scamming is so effective, because they don't need to get everybody to fall for the scam. They don't even need to get 50% of the people to fall for the scam. They don't even need to get 10% or 90% to fall for the scam. They probably don't even need 99% of people. They just need 1% of the emails they send out to result in a successful hit. And next thing you know, you're paying for your, you've basically paid for every other email you sent out. So it's unfortunate, but it does happen. I've talked a lot about Masonic scams, what we need to watch out for, why we need to be careful. And yeah, I think I've known a lot of Masons, unfortunately, who've fallen for scams over the years. It kind of sucks that happens, but... Well, you should never be afraid to look like a fool. Believe me, as somebody who has unfortunately looked like a fool many times, I think a lot of people, the reason they're not successful is because they're so afraid of looking like a fool that they, it sucks, but they decide that they just are not going to even take the risk. Well, what's the worst thing that can happen, right? Yeah, you may fail, but who cares? At least you tried. And maybe your failure is the stepping stone that is needed for the next level of success, right? Like what now? MySpace failed, but look at Facebook. And from Facebook, it went to X, and on it goes, right? Sometimes when something is failing, it's ultimately failing simply because it's making room for the next successful thing. Usually not. I mean, there are Masonic charities. It depends primarily, Septimus, on the area in which you're located, right? And what the rules are. So there's like the Masonic Charities Foundation out of United Grand Lodge of England, which I believe has charitable status. Very often they are, in the States, very often Masonic bodies are set up as 5013Cs, I believe is the term. Basically, not-for-profits. Now, I've pointed out in the past, a lot of people will say Freemasonry is a charity, and when I say it's not a charity, one of the reasons it's not is because it's not considered as such for tax purposes. They'll respond that both Masons and religious organizations in the States fall under the same category, not for profit 5013C. However, um, the difference is, while yes, it's under the same category, there are different subcategories. For example, a religious organization does not have to file any paperwork at tax time, whereas a Masonic lodge and other nonprofits, even though they're not taxed per se, they still have to fill out paperwork showing both revenues and expenditures, whereas religious organizations don't. Religious organizations are considered de facto part of that category and therefore don't have to do applications, whereas Masonic lodges and others are not de facto but have to actually apply and demonstrate before they get it that they are qualified for it. So they are actually different for taxation purposes in the States as well as in Canada, and around the world. But there are specific Masonic charities, like there's the Scottish Rite Charitable Foundation, there's Masonic Charities Foundations out of United Grand Lodge of England, both of which, to my knowledge, are considered as charitable organizations. Um, yeah, all it takes is a couple saying yes, and you'll maple. It grows from there. So long as you're grateful for that couple saying yes, there's no doubt it can grow into being something pretty incredible. So yeah, that's awesome. And it's just like YouTube, right? Like right now I've got 4. I've had up to 400 on the channel. It goes up, it goes down. But you take your 4 that you've had and it grows. A lot of times what you hear people say is, um, there's this YouTube audio where I think it's I Show Speed, talking about and saying like, he had one viewer and that one viewer kept him going, and then he had 2 viewers, and then from 2 viewers he had 3 viewers and 4 viewers, and it just kind of kept growing from there. And I could see that, right? That makes a lot of sense to me. So good for you, Yo Maple, on your lawn care business. And sometimes even if you just have 1 or 2, but you have 1 or 2 who are active and who are checking out your channel regularly, that helps big time as well. It's like a Masonic lodge. A few can grow into some pretty incredible things. But you got to just keep working at it and fighting at it and all the rest of it, and it just grows over time. We are once again at 4,450 subs. Thank you everybody who's been a part of this so far. I'm truly grateful. And we're just going to keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. I'm definitely also going to be streaming on my personal channel this week at some point. I posted a few YouTube shorts as well, which has been going really well. So thank you everybody for that and for checking those out. And for celebrating my trip to Ottawa. Next trip, Chicago. Leaving on July 31st. I'll be arriving August 1st. It's going to be August 1st to August 2nd, so 2 days. But I'm going to be helping out some of my friends at Asperia Lodge. That's going to be fun. Going to a lodge barbecue, seeing some friends. It's going to be a blast. For the time being, though, let's wait to see who wants to join and hang out. Maybe one thing I can do on my personal channel tonight is watch Halloween H2O. It is the 20th anniversary of that channel. And, of that movie, I should say. And I love that movie. I think it's a great addition to the Halloween franchise. And we're just going to keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. Actually, what I'm going to do is run to the washroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Nobody cause any trouble. Here he is. This is my co-host, as you know. Hello. Well, Epstein Files, all right. I'll deal with you when I come back. This is my co-host. Be nice. Name my co-host whatever you will. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. I mean, it still sounds like you built a pretty great business, so you should be proud of yourself. It's not an easy thing to do by any means. So keep up the good work. Um, it sounds like you're crushing it. Is there, did you ever enjoy any parts of it? I know you're saying that it is, just a business, but I'm sure you must have enjoyed parts of it, especially helping people. Hello, Arpit Sharma? No, the Illuminati are not real. I mean, they were real once upon a time, but they are no longer real. They haven't been real forever. Now they're just a way for people to create. Now, let's face it, they're just a way for people to scam others. You send a message to 100 people saying you've been selected to be part of the Illuminati, and the Illuminati decides, wants you or whatever nonsense it is. And then, it's a way to scam people. The Illuminati hasn't existed for at least 100 years, if not longer than that. So, I mean, I'm annoyed by the Illuminati insofar as that word gets thrown about and used to disparage Freemasons, even though we have nothing to do with them, but that's a whole other can of tuna. I mean, the Illuminati didn't exist, so Epstein could not have been one of them. Also, Epstein is not a Freemason. That's the most important thing to remember. He was not a Freemason, nor was Ghislaine Maxwell, nor did Freemasonry have anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein. So just keep that in mind. It's very annoying when people are always, saying Epstein was a Freemason. All the conspiracy theorists online drives me crazy. I actually did a search on the files just to confirm that he was not. Once again, everybody who's just joining us, please take a moment, hit like and hit subscribe, and any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear it. And thank you all for hanging out. Neto, you've been here before, right? Neto, thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. Please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear it. And you, as I'm sure you know, Freemasonry is not a religion. We have many Freemasons of many different beliefs, but many would say Jesus Christ is their Lord and Savior, and they believe in him as well. No, I don't think aliens are real. At least I don't think any aliens have ever visited Earth. I mean, anything's possible, but no, I don't buy it. I mean, celebrities, Brad Paisley, Shaquille O'Neal would be the two most famous. Unfortunately, one of the biggest problems we have right now, though, genuinely, is we have no Masons who are famous for being Masons, right? And that's the biggest problem. Like, Freemasonry, if you're a famous Freemason, you're famous for other things, and you just so happen to also be a Freemason. I'd like to get to a point where people are famous for being Freemasons first and foremost. I think that would be the coolest thing. Um, I didn't know Shaquille O'Neal was a Muslim. I thought he was, whatever he is, it doesn't matter. You can be a Muslim and a Freemason. You can be a Christian and a Freemason. You can be Jewish and a Freemason. You can be whatever you want to be, in terms of what you believe in, right? You need to believe in a supreme being. The nature of that supreme being is up to you. And I know many Muslim Freemasons who are very active parts of the craft, as well as, again, Jewish Masons, Hindu Masons, Sikh, whatever it might be. The most important thing to remember about Freemasonry is it welcomes men of all different faiths, backgrounds, and beliefs. Um, and I think that's one of the greatest strengths of it as well, right? I think one of the things I love most genuinely about Freemasonry is the tolerance it shows for different religions, different politics, different ethnicities, different languages, different races, ages. It's about the internal, not external. Yes, you can be Muslim Mason, a Jewish Mason, a Christian Mason, Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist, whatever it might be. And I truly think that is one of its greatest strengths. Um, and I think, unfortunately, we live in a society where very often, and I think it's very sad, people do not, people think it's not possible for that to be the case anymore, and I think it's really unfortunate. A lot of people think, and I've even got this question on these streams before, they'll say, like, how can a Muslim and a Jewish Mason, or how can a Christian and a Muslim Mason get along? The fact that we have to ask those questions, that tells me we're probably in a very bad place in society if we need to ask those questions. I know many Muslim Freemasons, debatable. One thing I love to do, and I'm grateful I get the chance to do this, is visit. Very often I get to visit Masons in Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn has a very large Muslim population, and as a consequence of that, I'm lucky enough in that I'm able to visit my Muslim Masonic brothers in Dearborn, Michigan, which is really, really cool. So yeah, and I think again, it's a really awesome part of just what it means to be a Freemason, to be sitting in lodge with men of different faiths and backgrounds and beliefs. And if you want to look at the greatest example of where that comes from, you can check out, it's really cool. Thank you for the star. You can check out the Anderson Constitution, the section regarding of religion or concerning God. It's a really excellent explanation. of what it is, right? Why it's so important that we as Freemasons believe in, allow for different people of different faiths and beliefs and backgrounds, which I think is really cool. Hitch, I don't believe that is the case. I'm not one who's religious myself, but I don't think it's for mentally weak people. I think human nature is such that we are always looking for explanations and understanding, and I think religion can provide us with an understanding and comfort in a very challenging world. You're dealing with, for example, the loss of a loved one. Um, you know, Religion can provide a sense of solace. I mean, I guess you can name it whatever you want to. What I'm more concerned about is, do you hit like and subscribe? That to me is the much more important question. I mean, sometimes that's the case, hitch slap, but I don't think that's always the case. I mean, you want to be careful of God of the gap explanations, right? Um, if that makes sense, where if you don't know something, instead of saying just I don't know, you use God of the gaps. I think that can be dangerous. But I think, for example, if you deal with a tragedy, somebody gets sick, to believe or to find solace in the idea that they are in heaven, they are with their eternal Father, whatever it might be, I think that can be a very helpful feeling. And I mean, the fact is, religion has been part of humanity since before there were humans, since it was Neanderthals, and even probably before that. So it's clearly not just about quote unquote mentally weak. It's clearly responding to some evolutionary need, I would argue. Um, well, I don't see why. I mean, to me, it seems like a very comforting idea and a very good idea. It helps kind of take the pressure off of people. They no longer feel they have to earn salvation, which usually leads to resentment and anger, right? Like, if I felt I had to earn my parents' love, I probably would not be a very well-adjusted human being. Right? If I felt like I need to earn my parents' love by my good deeds, I'd probably feel pretty miserable. Rather, if I feel like I already have my parents' love, then it kind of takes the pressure off, and I can just focus on being a good person for its own sake, not to get something out of it. Um, well, I mean, we didn't throw them onto the other. I think the whole point of the religion of Christianity, again, I'm not a religious expert, is we didn't throw them on him, rather he chose to do it. Nobody before Jesus was saying, here's a great idea. We're going to take this person and make him a scapegoat. Rather, God came to earth incarnate in the form of Jesus and experienced what it was to be human, and then died on the cross for our sins. Um, that's weird, hitch slap. I mean, if somebody volunteers to do it, especially if they believe it's legitimately done, then I don't see how it's immoral. I mean, Mr. No, because again, to be a Freemason, you have to be part of a lodge. It's a designation. That would be like saying you call yourself a electrician, but you're not properly licensed. You might know all the skills and all the ability and have the skills and ability to be an electrician. That doesn't make you an electrician, right? You actually have to be registered in some way. So you just need to keep that in mind. Again, I mean, I'm not a religious expert, Hitch Slap. You're being kind of weird. Talk to a priest about it. What I can tell you is I've known many Christian Freemasons, many Jewish Freemasons, Muslim Freemasons. They all seem to be able to not simply find like peace and comfort in their religion, but very often a moral center that helps them lead better lives here on earth. So I don't know. Seems to work for them. I'm not really sure what the debate and the argument actually is here. But you can find it immoral if you want. Um, I think you need to calm down a little bit, though, Hitch Slap. Um, you're not making the best arguments here. But again, it's not our place to say. People find faith and comfort in their religious beliefs, which is seems perfectly reasonable to me. Well, he wasn't just human, is the point. Again, if you're religious. Maybe Evil B7Z. Whether there are secret handshakes or not, you'd have to join to find out. There are what there's called modes of recognition. Modes of recognition, the purpose of them, it goes back to ancient stonemasons or stonemasons when you didn't have things like cards and certifications. If you want to prove your skills, you need to have a way to do so that others didn't know. And those could be pass grips or passwords. We adopted some of those in our Masonic lodges. Minotaur, I'm doing well. How are you doing? Thank you for being here also. I hope you're having an excellent day. I hope you'll take a moment to hit that like button if you've not done so. Don't forget to leave comments on my videos. I'm grateful to see a lot of my videos doing well comment-wise. And let me know how your day is treating you. Oh, the old degree question. At least you said degree and not level. I am the highest degree in Freemasonry. I am a 3rd degree Master Mason. I'm also 18th degree Scottish Rite. I also hold the office of Worshipful Master of my lodge. Okay. Spirit Jess, um, did you read any of the criteria as to what it takes to be accepted into the UNESCO World Heritage Convention list? I'm not sure if you saw that or you know the specifics, but I agree. Our long history represents outstanding universal value, and therefore, our outstanding universal value is represented in that long history. I think being dogmatic about anything is really dangerous. So yeah, I absolutely think that is the case. Um, I mean, the criteria where I think we in Freemasonry fall under it is there are 10 criteria, 6 for cultural sites, 4 for natural sites. The 3 under which I think our Masonic buildings sites could fall is cultural interchange exhibits important interchange of human values over time. Freemasonry is a human value over time. Civilizational testimony bears unique or exceptional testimony to a living or disappeared civilization. Right. We are, without a doubt, part of an exceptional testimony to civilization, and directly or tangibly associated with events, living traditions, ideas, or artistic works of outstanding universal value. I think without a question, Freemasonry is directly associated with the living tradition of Freemasonry, as well as ideas or artistic works. Oh my gosh, probably United Grand Lodge of England in Queen Street, I would think, has to be it. So I've been lucky enough to visit a few, and I've been grateful every time. Um, nope, not going to fall for that one. There's a lot of different reasons for that. Eval, I mean, you have to join of your own free will and accord. So if you're interested in joining, you need to talk to the Masonic Lodge and express your interest in joining, but don't rely on an invitation. Um, Freemasons get a bad rap, Eval, because there's a lot of different reasons, but at its core, at its base, the world is a very scary place. And when the world is a very scary place, very often what that means is people look for scapegoats to explain that fear and explain why they're scared. And in those situations, very often Freemasonry can provide a convenient scapegoat because there's secretive ceremonies. People don't like secrets, although everybody is a hypocrite about that because everybody wants the right to keep their own secrets while at the same time not wanting other people to have secrets. So that's an issue. Also, historically, there are hoaxes about Freemasonry. I mean, they can have friendly rivalries. Chip the agent, please hit like and subscribe, by the way, Chip. So, Gone 3302. Magic does not exist. Blood magic does not exist. You probably need to talk to a doctor. We have softball games in Freemasonry sometimes. Like we're organizing a softball game this summer. And yeah, the lodges can get together and form baseball teams, but it's always friendly rivalries. It's always fun rivalries. It's never anything more than that. At least it shouldn't be. Well, Spirit of Jesse is going to see what he can do. There you go. For the record, I don't believe in magic or blood magic. Why do Masons scare you? I'm a Mason. I don't think I'm that scary, but what do I know? Maybe I'm terrifying. I seem like a pretty not scary person though, right? And we're just going to keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. I'll be leaving that criteria for the UNESCO World Heritage Convention in the description to this video. Magic might not believe in Cam. That's fine. Well, then you are in luck because Freemasonry has no satanic magic and it has no spells. So you're all set. It has no magic, nor satanic magic, nor spells. Yes, I'll be doing a 1 a.m. stream. 1 a.m. stream, 1 p.m. stream until Friday when I'll just have a 1 p.m. Eastern stream. It absolutely is an urban myth. Which is fine, urban myths. They create interesting things, I suppose, and they keep things exciting, but maybe a little bit too exciting. That is true, Mayo. I should say I start my streams 1 p.m. Eastern on Monday and go till 1 a.m. Go till 1 p.m. on Friday. Trey Al, no, they do not. What you heard is wrong. And we're just going to wait to see who else jumps in the chat to say hello. And please take a moment if you're new to hit that like button and that subscribe button. Super chat, Patreon, etc., etc. It helps out big time. What is the house hippo? Oh, is that where there was this video out of somebody having like a tiny hippopotamus in their house and people thought it was real? I think I've heard of that before. None. Boat. I've said this before. We are better because we have a multitude of diversity and races, and that includes within Freemasonry. So, none. The beautiful thing about Freemasonry is it welcomes people of all different races, religions, backgrounds, creeds, whatever it might be. And I think that's truly one of its greatest strengths. I'm not a big Harry Potter fan, so no. I mean, I think throughout history there's been mass migration across multiple countries. I don't know if it's forced. I mean, migration, immigration, that's a political question. It's not a Masonic question. Um, these new gifts, well, I mean, I'm going to be sending out these postcards to anybody who is a Patreon subscriber at Christmas or the holiday season every year in December. If you are a Patreon at a paid member, it can be from $5 up. I send you special correspondence that includes special gifts of some sort. It's not going to be just this, but it will be a postcard along with some other special ways to say thank you for being a Patreon. And then if you sign up, now you get a few special items as well, depending on what level you're signing up at. Um, oh, I think I heard about that. I mean, it's unfortunate that people do believe in things like people would, I'm sure, believe in a house hippo. I've known enough people who believe in enough absolute nonsense. It scares you a little bit when you see that, right? When you see people believing in all this nonsense, it's hard not to become very frightened by it because um, if relatively smart people can become so, I don't know what the word even is, can become so twisted that they start to believe in that nonsense. Like, it's a scary thing as to what that could mean for everybody else, right? We just have to be careful and wary and know about risk factors. If we're not getting enough sleep, not eating well, not having good social support, we're more likely to fall for scams. Um, so it's really unfortunate that those things can happen. Ego is a very powerful thing, and ego is a very scary thing, right? Because what you see with ego is if you have a healthy ego, you think you're smarter than you are, and as a consequence of that, you end up not like people will suddenly not believe you'll believe you're too smart to fall for a scam, which ironically ends up making you more at risk of falling for scams. So just keep that in mind. Humility is your best bet. And that's one of the things I've noticed and I've talked about here on this channel before. Like, one way that I know if people are smart or not smart is not if they know things about Freemasonry, it's if they ask questions or make statements, right? So if you make statements like, um, Freemasonry is satanic, I know you're probably not that smart. But if you ask a question like, I heard Freemasonry is satanic, is that the case? That usually tells me you're a little bit smarter, because if you're asking questions, it means you recognize and you understand that you don't know everything. Now, there are limits. If you say something stupid like, why do Freemasons sacrifice goats? That's a question. That's a statement disguised as a question, and I know you're dumb. Um, I don't know enough about the Moose Lodge, and Yo Maple is absolutely right, though. Um, it is a major, major danger with AI that things that aren't real can appear real. So yeah, no, that absolutely is the case. No one's ever accused me of being smart either, but I'm still here trying to be smart, trying my best. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, let me know. We're just going to keep hanging out for a bit longer. No specific talking points, just chatting about whatever. I already talked about the UNESCO World Heritage List. I hope that we within Freemasonry can maybe get ourselves at some point more represented on that list. Seems like a very bad idea, Byron. Oh, it's fascinating, Spirit of Justice. Actually, the Grand Lodge of Arizona every year has a Masonic meeting at the OK Corral. And yeah, many times as towns were forming in the Old West, the Masonic Lodge was one of the first things to be created or developed. So that's really cool. Carlo Genovesi, please hit like, please hit subscribe. Thank you for being here. Well, that seems dangerous, Rusty. Don't do that. Seems dangerous to the person next to you. Oh, I did not know that, Spirit of Justice. And that's interesting to have somebody rejected because he was a known gambler. I mean, I've suggested in the past having credit record checks on our applicants in case they are having financial troubles. I never thought about checking if they have trouble gambling, but that might be worth doing as well. Rusty, that has not been my experience. Although that is an interesting point you bring up. One of the reasons that conspiracy theories can have so much success, unfortunately, is because very often conspiracy theories are stated in a way that is so open to interpretation that sooner or later they will be correct just by default. So, for example, if I say, what is it, July 27th? If I say, in the future, there will be a war involving China. I mean, that's such a broad statement that sooner or later, yeah, it's going to come true. Maybe in 100 years, maybe in 50 years, maybe in 200 years. And if I write that down and leave it, in a bottle somewhere and somebody finds it, suddenly I'm prescient. Conspiracy theories are the same way. Like the vaccine will not be as effective as claimed. Well, sooner or later that's going to be true because nothing is ever 100% accurate. Nothing ever works 100% the way it should. That's human nature. That doesn't mean the vaccine itself was inherently bad. It just means human nature is such that things aren't always as good as we'd like them to be. We live in an imperfect world, I would not join the Skull and Bones, not because of anything against the Skull and Bones, but because I'm focused on Freemasonry. I'm happy being a Freemason. That's what I want to focus on. I don't want to spend any time focusing on anything outside of it. I'm busy enough with this, right? And also, I don't want to go back to school. Seems like a lot of work. I don't want to go back to Yale. I have no issue with the Skull and Bones. I don't know much about them, but I'm happy just being a Freemason. That's good enough for me, and a YouTuber, and a professional wrestler, and all the things that come with that. I mean, so you're going all the way to disband. I mean, I'm not a believer in disbanding the United Nations. I think that's a bit extreme, but that's okay. I mean, every Freemasonry is not political, so there are many people who probably agree with you. Benjamin David, I'm on YouTube. I kind of got to talk. I could just sit here and stare, but people might start to get freaked out by that a little bit, in fairness, so. Benjamin David, please hit like, please hit subscribe. I would be grateful. Hassam, because I got a big brain, please hit like and subscribe. I would truly appreciate it. Masons can be gay, Masons can be straight. It does not make a difference. I've sat in lodge with gay Masons and straight Masons. It does not matter. What matters is, are you good and honorable? And that's the end of it. Um, and I've known gay Masons who are good and honorable, and straight who are good and honorable. It should not matter. What's my agenda? My agenda is to promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located, share stories of Masonic interest, and talk about how much I love Freemasonry, and turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. So that's it. Well, there's no such thing as the gay Masons or the straight Masons. There's just the Masons. And if you want to join them, to be one, ask one, find a Masonic lodge in your area, and express your interest in joining. I mean, it was United Nations that started, or the resolution that created the nation of Israel. I'm not saying that things haven't changed. Oh, I had some coffee this morning. It was wonderful. I cannot wait to have more coffee this afternoon. I'm drinking my water. I'm trying to drink more water because I want to keep myself really well hydrated. I've got my potential kidney donation surgery, and because of that, I want to make sure I'm as, well hydrated as I can be. I'm trying to exercise regularly. I got my blood pressure down. I'm grateful for that as well. I'm just putting in the time and the effort to make sure I'm as healthy as I can be before I go into this surgery, if I have it. But I think it'll happen. I mean, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I think I finished the last test, and we kind of go from there. Hey, I'm a member of a Masonic lodge in Israel, John Michael. I'm a member of a Masonic lodge in Israel, Lodge Holy Land number 50. I've actually got maybe I can show it to you if I can find it. Hold on just one second. I have to track it down now. It's in here somewhere, I think. Let's see what I can find. Oh yeah, this is it here. This is my Tel Aviv Lodge number 50 medallion. I got the certificate in there as well. You can see the Hebrew. I mean, keep in mind though, when I say I'm a member of a lodge in Israel, I'm grateful for that. It's the people of Israel. I have a lot of concerns with the government. And this is me speaking personally. Every Mason will have his own opinion, but I am not a fan of Netanyahu. I'm not a fan of what Israel's been doing as a government, as a political entity. But that doesn't mean I don't want the best for the people in the country. I agree. I think it's a really cool little thing I have. It's one of those really nice kind of Masonic, little things that you get that is really, really cool. A little piece of my Masonic journey. D. Kingsley, please hit like and subscribe with the apple juice. I don't like Netanyahu, but I want the best for the people in the country of Israel, and for that matter, for the people in Palestine, Gaza, and the West Bank. And I think every loss of life is a tragedy, especially when it's children and non-combatants. It's incredibly, incredibly tragic situation. This is me speaking, not for Freemasonry. I'm a two-stater. You can take that for whatever it's worth, but well, Sam, I don't think it's good for the people of the country. That's why I don't support the current government of Israel. But there's a difference between the government and the people. Governments change. I'm a two-stater, right? So I believe in that part of the world, I would like to see an Israeli state and a Palestinian state. I think it's reasonable to expect Israel to maintain governance of the airspace over Gaza, not of the West Bank necessarily, or of both, why not? But that's it. I don't think they should have any control over the utilities, the water, the food. anything like that, right? I think all that stuff, even the, I don't think they should be able to fly over it, but they should not have any ground presence on it. Um, that's my opinion on that. And I would love to see all wars stopped. There's a lot of Masons who are at harm's way, as well as just keep. Like, I mean, whether you're Mason or not, I want you to be safe and happy. But obviously, as a Freemason, I do think about my Masonic brothers. I worry about them. There are a lot of military bases that have Masonic lodges in the Middle East, especially Prince Hall. A lot of Masons are soldiers, or a lot of soldiers are Masons. Excuse me. A lot of Masons are aid workers, press. Thinking about all of them. Muslim, hello. Please hit like and subscribe. That is awesome, Chris. I have a ring as well, but it doesn't flip the centerpiece, but I'd love to see that. That'd be so cool. Dennis Holtzman, hello. How's it going? Thank you for being here. Probably the square and compasses. I don't know. I mean, when I think of those words, I think of Freemasonry, but it's not really a Masonic slogan. I mean, liberty, equality, fraternity, or brotherly love, relief, and truth would be the Masonic Trinity, if you want to put it that way. Our Masonic rings, coins, tokens can be absolutely incredible. Like, genuinely, can be some of the coolest things ever. So, I would love one day to get the chance to get a few more items, but I'm grateful for the ones I have. Could have been, I mean, it might not have been a Masonic ring. Many groups have rings, right? Well, it could have been maybe Scottish Rite, York Rite. Dennis, I'm glad things are going well. I mean, I'm not a fan of Trump, but that's me speaking personally. Pandu, please hit like, please hit subscribe. I'd be grateful. And any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, let me know. Donald Trump is not a Freemason, just for the record. A lot of people think he is. He is not. A lot of conspiracy theorists think he is, put it that way. No, let's not start a revolution. People who start revolutions are usually disappointed in the results. Let's try to be good to ourselves, good to our neighbors, good to our friends, and do what we can within the current system to create the best good for the most amount of people. That really is all we can do. I'm sure too, Chris. Um, yes, equality, liberty. That's not the French. That is the French creed. I mean, Freemasonry definitely adopted it after the fact because it does apply to Freemasonry as well. And in many Masonic lodges, you'll hear that said. Not everywhere, but at the core, it's, I mean, virtue, mercy, charity. That is sometimes a trinity you hear within Freemasonry. Like, three kind of virtues always seem to go well together. Why interest system based? I mean, interest as a general rule is fine. It's both a reward and encouragement for saving and a disincentive for lending or for borrowing, I should say, which I think is fair. I think it helps adequately explain the cost of borrowing, right? It's not if I borrow $500, it doesn't just cost $500 to the person giving it to me. It costs more than that because they are for a time without that 500. On top of which there's the fees associated with the transferring of the money, getting it to me, whatever it might be. Interest is just a way to express that cost. And I think within any economy, the most important thing is adequately and accurately to reflect the cost of something. Now, the danger is when you start to get into usury territory, which is unfair or illegal levels or immoral levels of interest. Well, I do not want to leave the cult because it's not a cult. I'm not in a cult, but I do like cats, whether they be kittens or adult cats. Cats are my favorite animal. Um, so I'd love to watch your kitty cat shorts. Charging interest? I don't think it is. I think usury is. I think interest is okay, but not charging it at irresponsible interest rates. I could be wrong. I'm not a biblical scholar, but I read the Bible ages ago, and that was my understanding of it. He wasn't mad at the money lenders because they were lending money. He was mad at the money lenders because they were doing it on the steps of the temple. That is true, but also most people who are not in cults think they're not in cults. So the question isn't what most people think, it's what is a definition of a cult, and objectively, can you recognize that? And the most fundamental characteristic of a cult is its desire to isolate individuals. Freemasonry does the opposite. They sound awesome. I love cats. I love kittens. I mean, I love animals. I like animals more than people, don't get me wrong, but um, and whether it's a cat, a dog, a snake, whatever it is. But, you know, I think if I had to pick one animal as my favorite, it's a cat. Will Pandu, by the way, I hope you hit subscribe. I mean, I don't know about that. I think you're being, I mean, I think government could, I mean, human beings, put government to the side for a moment. Human beings will almost always find a way and be capable of engaging in corruption. It is unfortunately the nature of being human is we will find a way to be corrupt, whether we have war or not. So I would not downplay the ability of, you know, our friendly neighborhood government or people in government to be corrupt. But that doesn't mean government as an idea or institution is corrupt. It just means human beings are fallible and mess up and make mistakes, and we have to do our best to deal with that. Well, I mean, domestic politics, first of all, if this were a Masonic lodge, I would not be allowed to discuss domestic politics because you do not discuss politics or religion in lodge. Second, um, I am uh, Canadian, so your and mine domestic politics might not be the same. I've said it before, though, Canada is the greatest country in the world, in part because we have the greatest neighbors in the world. Nope, Lois? They are not. Freemasonry is not the same thing as anything else. Freemasonry is its own thing. I'm grateful for that. Like, I love the fact that Freemasonry is its own thing. It borrowed from Judaism, it borrowed from Christianity, it borrowed from Egyptian mysticism. Ultimately, what it is more so than anything else, it is a extension of stonemasonry. Um, and stonemasonry in a social setting. Thank you for the sub. I'm much obliged. It does not. Freemasonry is not a religion, so it is not about worshiping anything, devil or otherwise. It's not set up for that. It's not a religious experience or a religion. I mean, Freemasonry, some Masons may be Zionists, many are not. I mean, Zionism is a political ideology. Freemasonry is not political. Again, I don't. The cube is something referred to as Saturn. I mean, Lois, the water facilitated the arrival of Freemasonry, right? Freemasonry evolved and started in Scotland, then in England. It then went on to sailing ships and boats and spread through the rest of the world, including to the east, Hong Kong, Macau, uh, Fiji, then South Africa, then the New World, Boston, Halifax, Nova Scotia, all of it being at port towns, and then it evolved from there. Um, I mean, it did not It was not Orientalism that brought, I mean, Freemasonry borrowed from Orientalism, borrowed from Chinese mythology. The East is important in emulation ritual, but it's not, it's not the case that it facilitated it. The Allspark, like from Transformers. Hey man, I would love to celebrate Transformers. I mean, when you say all the, I would strongly disagree with that. I mean, I don't know what all the attributes of Judaism are because I'm not Jewish and I haven't really studied it in great detail, Judaism. I mean, obviously, King Solomon is a very important figure within Freemasonry and the Old Testament, but he's important in Christianity and Judaism, right? King Solomon's temple is an important symbol within Freemasonry. But I mean, the working tools are not Jewish; they are from stonemasonry. The architectural orders, the pillars, yes, they are within Judaism, right? The pillars at the front of King Solomon's temple, but the architectural orders, Ionic, Doric, Corinthian, Composite, Tuscan, that's not Judaism. The seven liberal arts and sciences, the entered apprentice, fellow craft, master mason degree system, right? All that stuff ultimately is the rough to perfect ashlars. All of those things are ultimately extensions of stonemasonry and not Judaism. Um, I mean, the way, well, no, I mean, to the extent that Freemasonry has an ideology, it's a very simple and basic ideology. It's the ideology that it's worth spending time with other people, which is a great ideology to have, but that's it. It's not a Jewish or Judaism ideology. Well, it's not Christian, right? Freemasonry is not Christian. It's also not Jewish. It's also not Muslim, but it has a great deal of Christian attributes as well. Again, for many people, their supreme being could be Jesus. If you look especially in Scottish Rite, in many of our degrees, we have a Maundy Thursday, we have a Easter Sunday ceremony, which both you can be Christian and not Christian and participate in, but ultimately it's reflected around this idea of Jesus as, if nothing else, a very valuable, not tool, a very valuable example by which to live one's life. I mean, the Muslim faith, you can see it, copied in, or Islam copied in, for example, the shrine. It bore Egyptian mysticism. It borrowed from a great many places. It's one of the greatest things about Freemasonry is its willingness to borrow. It's if we see a good idea, we're going to borrow it, which nothing wrong with that. And nothing's wrong with that, Chris. I don't necessarily follow any religions, right? I've said before, my supreme being is the rational nature of the universe as expressed through science. I've talked about mindfulness before. Mindfulness is incredibly important, and something that I think we very often forget about. But we need to be mindful in everything, including in Freemasonry. So often I'll be at a Masonic Lodge meeting, I'll be zoning out because I'll be thinking about or focusing on like my laundry list, whatever it is, forgetting that actually there's something happening right in front of me that I should pay attention to. They did, as did the Greeks, as did the Egyptians, Actually, I saw a really cool clip from The Chosen where they were talking about that. I thought that was really cool. The different Roman gods and which ones you make sacrifices to for what purpose. I don't think they worshipped fallen angels. I mean, they worshipped Jupiter and Juno and Athena and Mars, and they had a god for fever. Well, I think it seemed to work for them. They had a pretty successful run. I mean, Chris, I got to disagree with you on that one. I'm pretty sure he did. Now, maybe he came back to life after, right? If that's what you're saying, or was resurrected. Well, I mean, I would disagree with that a little bit, Chris. I mean, even though it was not a sacrifice, like a final sacrifice in that he's still alive, I mean, the amount of pain and suffering and whatever else Jesus had to endure, I mean, that was a sacrifice. It seems like it was a pretty miserable weekend for him, obviously, and I think that was a great sacrifice. If you take it literally and believe he was the Son of God, etc., then the fact that he would be willing to go through that much pain and that much misery and that much torment demonstrates the level of the sacrifice, as well as, you know, sacrificing your only son. So I don't know if you believe it literally. So I think it was a pretty big sacrifice. Hitari, don't forget, please hit like and subscribe. Now keep in mind, all this is religious discussion. Freemasonry is not a religion, so we cannot discuss this in Lodge. I don't mind talking about it outside of Lodge, especially because we have so many Christian Freemasons, but we also have Muslim Freemasons, Jewish Freemasons, etc., etc. Well, because Freemasonry has no singular, um, like Freemasonry is not a worldwide organization. It started in England, but then it sprouted up around the world, and the Masons in America had different political interests than the Masons in England, and the Masons in France, and the Masons in the Philippines, and the Masons in South America. They all have different interests, and therefore act in different ways. And also different political beliefs and ideologies, right? Freemasonry is not one single political ideology. So you have some Freemasons, especially in England, who were maybe pro-monarchy, and obviously in America, the Freemasons were anti-monarchy. Um, well, it depends. If we have a new person joining, we talk about Masonic ritual and ceremony. We have Masonic education nights. Often we just talk about what is necessary to maintain the order itself. So that could be, organizing degrees, what's coming up, paying of accounts, things of that nature. And then which brothers might be sick, which brothers might not be doing well, things of that nature. Nope, I have no interest in a one world order, nor does any Freemason, nor should any Freemason. And if you're joining Freemasonry because you think you're going to get a one world order and you're going to be part of it, you're going to be very, very disappointed. Well, I mean, Hitar, you can be Christian and also not think. You can be Christian and not believe Islam is of Satan, and you can also be Christian and not believe Freemasonry is of Satan. And I know that because I know many Christians who do not believe Islam or Freemasonry is of Satan. So I guess you can just take that for whatever it's worth. But I think you are not displaying the understanding of Christianity that I've seen from many people. That's why old maps. Sorry, Chris, I don't know what that means. That's why, I mean, I've seen a lot of Masonic old maps and they're really, really cool. Once again, talking about this stuff, I have no idea. I'm the worst person. If you're asking me questions about, if you're asking me questions about religion, you are going to be very disappointed because I'm not the person who can answer those questions. That's for sure. Well, I can tell you, Masonically, there's a lot of old maps that actually feature the location of Masonic lodges around the world. Oh, Tartaria, the Earth inside of Earth, or the land inside of Earth. Yeah, I don't believe in any of that stuff. By the way, according to CNN, in case anybody's curious, Trump says U.S. halted strikes after Iran sought to renew peace talks. Iran says no talks are underway. Trump set to host both Zelensky and Netanyahu at the White House on Tuesday. President Donald Trump is set to welcome both Ukrainian President Zelensky and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to the White House on Tuesday for separate meetings expected to focus on the conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East. There's a lot of Freemasonry in the Middle East, a lot of Freemasonry in Ukraine, as well as Russia. And every Mason in North America is being affected by these high gas prices. So, fingers crossed we get these conflicts resolved. Chris, I hope not, because I do not want any flooding. I live on the 11th floor, so maybe I'll be okay, but I'd rather that not be the case. If I had any say in it. Well, I don't think we're in the days of Noah, but we are going to give it a bit more time. I mean, this has been a long stream. Well, not crazy long, but we'll give it a bit more time. We'll see who joins. And as always, please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, let me know. Give it a few more minutes. Looking forward to being in Chicago this weekend. Go to Masonic Barbecue, see some brothers, help them out as they're volunteering somewhere. It's going to be fun. Yo Maple and Chris talk about the most respectful disagreement I've ever seen on my chat. Everybody, pay attention to Chris. Pay attention to Yo Maple. Nobody's swearing or getting angry at each other. I say credit to both of you guys. You look like a dinosaur. King's custody? Well, thank you for that. You look like someone who should like and subscribe. I mean, Alois, I don't believe that Freemasonry destroyed the Catholic Church. I don't know what you're talking about there. I mean, certainly there is an element within French Freemasonry that is secular. It's called liberal Freemasonry. It's not recognized by, for example, most of our lodges. But nonetheless, you know, as a general rule, to be a Freemason, almost all the time you need to believe in a supreme being. You can be Catholic, you can be Muslim, whatever it might be, and you can join. So you need to keep that in mind. I can tell you this, I as a Freemason, all the Freemasons I know, have no interest in destroying anyone's religious beliefs or anyone's religious institutions, nor should we. Hello once again, Muslim. I agree. I think a lot of conspiracies are, I mean, whatever their purpose is, they ultimately simply discredit And they discredit not simply legitimate concerns, but they discredit solutions. They take solutions away from you. Suddenly you're not able to have decent solutions because you're dealing with a false or fake conspiracy theory. GM, I'm not Muslim, but I know many Christians, or sorry, many Freemasons who are Muslim, excuse me. How's it going, GM? Please hit like and subscribe. And I hope you're having a good day. Rebar, I'm not a big gamer. I do enjoy playing Dead Space 1, 2, and 3 and Assassin's Creed Part 3 because it's got the Masonic references. Oh, we got the hundreds. Thank you so much. I'm much, much obliged. I think it depends on the person, Chris. Unfortunately, we live in a time when absolutely religions, even more so than in the past, can be used to divide us. But I don't know if that's the fault of the religion or the people, right? Religion is simply, it is what it is. It's how it's used and operated that becomes the issue. What do Freemasons? So stonemasons build stuff, GMVS, and that is absolutely the case. That a stonemason will build things. And we evolved from stonemasons, but we're Freemasons. So we build metaphorically. Ultimately, we're a social club. We're a social group. I mean, what do you do with your friends on a Friday night? You go out and you hang out with one another. That's what Freemasons do. It's just in a more formalized setting. But we evolved from stone Masonic guilds. Sometimes we have rituals and ceremonies to bring in new members or advanced members, but ultimately, it's a social club. It's a social group. So we build ourselves and we build better communities through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. Well, Chris, that is Mackie who said that about us. He's called us Noahide, the sons of Noah. But no, that's legend. That's not literal. Agent Smith, I mean, you're not completely wrong. We do pay a fee. Some of us dress up, some of us don't. It depends on your lodge and what their rules are. I don't know if we act wholly important. I like to think everybody's important, whether you're a Mason or not. But we enjoy one another's company. That's the basics of it. Nimrod, the first stonemason, builder of Tower of Babel. Again, depends who you ask. But that's legendary. That's not literal. Your local Spurs, how's it going? Thank you for being here. So there are women in Freemasonry, GM. That's one of the bigger misconceptions. There's the Order of Women Freemasons, which actually is part of the Council of Freemasonry in England. There's also Eastern Star, which is a Masonic organization for women. And there's Rainbow, which is for young women, age 11 to 21, if I recall correctly. I think Smokey lost his phone, but he was here on the stream earlier today, and I believe he is going to be getting a new phone and going back to do regular live streams. There's no such thing as a globalist Freemasonry. Freemasonry could not be globalist because Freemasonry is decentralized. There is no way for Freemasonry to be quote unquote global. Could you be, do Templars and Assassins still exist? Well, the Templars don't exist anymore. The Templars stopped existing in like 1308. There's a Masonic order called the Knights Templar, but it's legendary and not actually from the old Templars. Assassins, like, do you mean like, wasn't that an order originating out of Japan or the East? I think people like Alex Jones have significant mental health problems and significant emotional trauma and significant substance abuse issues. And instead of being adults and dealing with their own problems, they externalize it and create conspiracies surrounding things like Freemasons and Freemasonry because it's easier to do that than to actually deal with the fact that he's just a very sick, unwell individual who's hurt a lot of people. Well, that's the story. The Templars came to Scotland. That's the legend. I don't think it's legit, but that's the legend for sure. Um, Alex Jones is not without connection. I mean, in that case, Alex Jones would be a psyop who's designed to sprout all the nonsense to make people not believe in conspiracy theories, which could be possible, I suppose. We do not talk to Satan. Freemasonry has nothing to do with Satan. Our rituals are not about, anything to do with the next life or the supernatural. It's about creating bonds of brotherhood through shared experiences. No different than having a family recipe, like your grandma's cookies. Cymatics in Rosalind Chapel say different. I mean, Rosalind Chapel, if I recall correctly, is the 15th century in Edinburgh. Let me just double check the dates when it was built. 1446. So Freemasonry, speculative masonry did not start until the earliest 1634. Now, there were stonemasons there, without a doubt, and I believe some Freemasons started meeting there after the fact. Never been to Bohemian Grove. YouTube cymatics rose. I don't know what a cymatic is. So 213 carved stone cubes with geometric patterns that a father and son team researched as visual sound frequencies corresponding to a hidden musical score. Okay, I mean, geometry is music, in a sense. Bohemian Grove is not Masonic. The most well-known Freemason in history, George Washington, Winston Churchill, are a couple that it could be. John Wayne, Mozart, absolutely. I got a big nose. Please hit like and subscribe. Hot salami and bacon. That sounds kind of gross. We are going to keep hanging around for a little bit longer. See who wants to join. It's been a long stream, a very fun stream, but I do have to at some point get to the rest of my day. And I still have my 1 a.m. stream to get to as well, which should be a lot of fun. Suburban Symbolism, please hit like and subscribe. I should be. With that name, Suburban Symbolism, do you have a YouTube channel? Do you talk about symbolism? Or is it just an alliterative name? And if so, do you have any thoughts on Masonic symbolism? Yeah, I don't know. I assumed it was called the Bohemian Society, if I recall correctly. Nothing to do with Freemasonry, though. That's the most important thing to remember. Nothing to do with Freemasonry. So everybody just keep that in mind. I just make music and art. Well, that's awesome. I mean, everybody watching this isn't a endorsement because I've not seen his channel, but check out Suburban Symbolism, and if you like his stuff, subscribe to him. Want to support artists and community as much as we can. Speaking of community, please make sure you guys leave some comments on my videos. That helps out very much. So there's no ancient bloodlines, and I am not wealthy, nor am I a freak, so that has nothing to do with Freemasonry either. Occult knowledge just means hidden knowledge. Your bank account is occult knowledge, right? the family recipe that your grandmother gave to you is occult knowledge. Um, Freemasons should be more open about their. So, Miss, we do not have any demonic practices of any sort. We're pretty open about our practices. None of them are demonic. The problem is, you strike me the type of person who, even if we were to say to you and show you all of our practices and show you they're not Masonic, you simply would not believe it. Because you've already made up your mind that we have demonic practices. In which case, what can we say? There's no inner circles in Freemasonry either. What would that even look like? What would an inner circle be? Um, it's just a lot of silliness. I also don't know what that means, Brian Summers. No, Freemasons are not claiming their kingdom to God. We have no kingdoms. We have no Masonic God. You could be a Christian Freemason and believe in Jesus. You could be a Muslim Freemason and believe in Allah, but that's not our concern. Like, what you personally, whom you choose to pledge your life to or your religious fealty to, that's up to each individual Mason to decide for himself. And that's truly a beautiful thing about Freemasonry, is that is the case. I don't even know what that means, Brian. And thank you, Yo Maple, for checking his stuff out. Well, then you could be a Freemason. To be a Freemason, you must believe in a supreme being. I think a creator would count. Unless that word like means something different, but I mean, I do too. And one of the things I've been most proud of lately is within Freemasonry, within my Masonic Lodge, giving a space for artists to display their work at our Masonic building. That's something that's really, really cool. What do I know about the Fabians? Very little. I think they're not a religion, they're a political group, right? Very little about Sufism either. UN Anchor? Please hit like and subscribe. I mean, there's probably a lot of truth to that, Agent Smith. That might be the first somewhat truthful thing you've said all stream. We probably know far less than we think we do, and that's just across the board. But that goes for everybody. And that also goes to people who claim to know a lot about Freemasonry, right? Unless you've been part of it and experienced it, you need to keep that in mind. Secrets are things just yet to be discovered. Mysteries, right? Mysteries are things just yet to be discovered, explained rationally. A secret, again, is known by some but not by others, but there are many valuable reasons to maintain a secret. In the case of your family recipe, it's to maintain the bonds of the family. In the case of Freemasonry, it's to maintain the bonds of brotherhood. But you're right. But I do think a lot of Masons nowadays are trying to, and I also agree with it. I think the focus, like a lot of Masons are using and are preferring to say, we have private information, not secretive, because more people seem to be comfortable with the idea of privacy than secrecy. Because people understand the need to be private. Even politicians have a right to privacy, but secrecy gets more complicated. Which hotel room light free? I have no idea. Yes, Stu, I do. I don't know what that means. Please hit like and subscribe. Every Mason will have a different view on that. Freemasonry is not I suppose the idea of men and women and their roles isn't really a political question. It's more of social sciences question, but I think ultimately, if you're doing it right, they should view us all, whether men or women, as brothers under the supreme being, whatever that may be. But if you're looking for the specific roles, I mean, some may be more traditional inclined, some may be more modern. I suppose every Mason will have to decide that for himself. Stu, I don't have any shoes because I don't have any legs. I'm in a wheelchair. So I do not trip over anything. See? Look at this. Me and my wheelchair. If you feel bad now, you should like and subscribe. Companies keep secrets. Chefs have recipes. We all have our bank and financial information, whatever it might be. I was born this way, Mr. X, so I never had any. So I guess technically nothing happened to them. I just was born without them. So the term free does not imply freedom from something. It's an interesting kind of history. The term free means one of two things. It either refers to a type of stone called freestone, which was a special type of stone that just very talented masons could work with, and as a consequence of that, it was called they were called Freemasons, and eventually we adopted it for our social club. Or it meant free to travel, free to work, free to be a stonemason in different countries. You're no longer required to be at just one job site. So that's where the term Freemason comes from. And interesting, 48 votes. The no's are still well in the lead. I don't know if that's an anti-Masonic vote to say no or an anti-UN vote, but that's really interesting. And let's give it a bit more time. Let's wait to see who joins. We'll give it maybe another 5 minutes and I'll end this stream. Dog oven. I don't know what that means, but please hit like and subscribe. I mean, as a Freemason, I can assure you we hold no power in society. I mean, I wouldn't mind the conspiracy theories because who cares? People can believe what they want, I guess, except when it leads to violence against Masons, violence against our lodges, violence against our Masons themselves. And also, it also creates a situation where you're not able to solve any actual societal problems. Because if you're a type of person who believes that the Freemasons hold power in society and that's why society's messed up, you're going to spend all of your time focusing on this fake boogeyman instead of dealing with actual problems that actually exist. That's why I hate conspiracy theories so much. They take the eye and the focus off of what needs to be focused on. So I'm not from Cuba, Marlon. Please hit like and subscribe. But I'd love to visit Cuba. I think it'd be incredible. We've had politician Freemasons and plumber Freemasons and doctor Freemasons and lawyer Freemasons and everywhere in between. Truly, that's one of the greatest strengths of Freemasonry is how many different people we've had be a part of it from different professions. So your local Spurs, it's probably going to be August 21st, starting 2 p.m. But it's going to be a special stream, I think. I'm going to be telling you guys what's going to make it special soon. So pay attention for updates. But probably August 21st. They were fun. They're a lot. I mean, they're tough to do, but they're fun as well. You just got to get prepared for it. Now, a lot of it's going to depend on a lot of different things. Yes, the Patreon giveaway was a lot of fun. One of the biggest things it's going to depend on is if and when my kidney is donated and the surgery I have and everything that comes with that. That's going to be recovery period where I may need to get more sleep. But I'm trying to I have a window of time I want to schedule it for. So we shall see. Name me a military jet for an edit. I don't know any military jets. No AF. I can't pronounce that. I'm going to call you RN. I do not know any military jets. Please hit like and subscribe. A stronger network is always going to be 15 Eagle. There you go. A stronger network is always going to be beneficial. B-2 bomber. We got a lot of people naming things. I don't know any jets. Well, RNO, first subscribe to me before you go anywhere else. Exo-atmospheric vehicles. It's an ad. Well, there you go. It's bound to happen sometimes. What can you do? Thank you, RNO. Well, now it looks like RNO subs, so that's good. We're slowly growing this channel. I'm hoping to get to 5,000 soon. I'm at 4,400 and let's see. Yes, they are, David. It's looking like we're going to get quite the storm out there. We're at 4,454, so we're on our way. Orval, if you're going to come in with that stuff, at least hit like and subscribe. And World Revenger, same thing. Please hit like and subscribe. We are actually, we're doing okay. Norwegian plane, I'm number 270. Want to see F-15 today? Well, there you go. I mean, I don't know anything about military jets. I find them fascinating. I mean, who doesn't? But I know nothing about them. I mean, I didn't even know. When you said it, I think I've heard of them before. I was trying to think back to. Top Gun, but I couldn't remember any of the movies, any of the planes from that movie. I mean, space and aircrafts. I don't think that's a TISM thing. I think that's just a really cool thing. Caldwell. I am not a cool guy. I can assure you I am the opposite of cool. But good to see you nonetheless. I got a big forehead, Keegan. Please hit like and subscribe. I'd be truly appreciative. And let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. No, I mean, I got shelter. I got my place. I'll be okay. I mean, I'm lucky. They're homeless people or people who are struggling, who obviously need shelter, but I don't think I'll be one of them. I got my own place. I'll be good. But we should always, and I've said this a million times, be thinking about our Masonic brethren when we have storms like this, if they might be in danger of, if they, let's say, don't have adequate shelter, if their homes are at risk for flooding, check in on them. Doesn't hurt. It's a nice thing to do. A Freemason is a member of a Masonic lodge or a Masonic body. It's a member of a club. It's a club that's existed for a long time, over 300 years. Well, Freemasons should not, like, the people do not have to, but UNESCO, the World Heritage Convention, is a convention that requires member states to protect and preserve sites of outstanding universal value. In my opinion, our Masonic buildings, in many instances, absolutely are places of outstanding universal value and should be protected. Um, but the World Heritage List right now has maybe 2 or 3 examples of Masonic buildings being protected, and we need to increase that. So the first thing you need to do is apply through your local government for the first stage, which is the temporary, or I forget the name of the list now, but there's a 2-list process. You get onto one list, then you need to wait a year, then you apply for the actual World Heritage List. Honestly, in some ways, yes, Lions, Fix It Shop. Please hit like and subscribe. Freemasonry is in danger. Our numbers are dropping. In North America, they've been dropping like a stone. At a certain point, we're not going to have sufficient numbers to maintain the order. And that'd be very sad. So we have to work on that, as well as work on protecting our buildings. Today's topic was about UNESCO World Heritage Convention, the criteria necessary through the convention to be a protected site on the UNESCO World Heritage List, and through that, the reasons why I think Freemasonry is worthy of being protected as being of outstanding universal value, or at least our buildings. So you could argue that yes, Freemasons, some places is endangered, but we're working on it. We're working on fixing it. No longer required for what? I don't know if any human being has a purpose other than to continue. Light free, I don't know. Well, I mean, we're not going to just, I'll volunteer it tooth and nail, but as a general rule, if it's not like relevant to your day-to-day life, I never walked up to somebody and just gone, hello, I'm a Freemason. But if it's relevant to the topic at hand, I'll say it happily. I think that's one of the things I love most, is telling people I'm a Freemason. X-Riz, just think about it like Freemasonry is a club or a group. I got a big nose, please hit like and subscribe. Lions, you're not wrong. What Freemasonry used to be in the past is absolutely not what it is in 2026, for better or worse. I mean, woke is a political statement. Some Freemasons may be woke, some may be conservative, some may be right-wing, some may be left-wing. The idea that there's a quote-unquote Masons are woke is silly. So don't be silly. I don't know, Chris. It depends where. In North America, I don't know. Unless we do some serious changes and turn some things around, I'm very worried about whether or not Freemasonry will exist in the next 30 years. In Philippines and in South America, probably. I'd say much more likely. The bigger question is, do we deserve to be around in 30 years? Have we, at both the leadership and local level, done the right things and the sufficient things to justify our existence and our continuation? I would say no, but that's my personal opinion. I think unless we start making better decisions, we're not going to exist and we won't deserve to exist. The Blackbird. Have you ever done a 23andMe? Why are people so interested in my ancestry? I've never done a 23andMe. My dad's from England, my mom's from Canada. But going back far enough, well, for going back far enough, we all have sub-Saharan connections. But I have no idea what it go. Yeah, I've never done a 23andMe. Nor am I interested in doing a 23andMe. I'd be, I'm just happy just being me. I don't need to know where my ancestry is. I know my parents, my grandparents, that's good enough. I mean, any airplane, any of these things is without a doubt a marvel of engineering. I would agree with that 100%. I don't play snooker. I know people who play snooker. People tell me they're interested in hobbies all the time. Well, I mean, part of that could be because we've just lost numbers. I mean, I don't know where you live, but there's 850,000 Freemasons approximately in the United States, probably less than that. So, I mean, I don't know. I would be highly questionable as to if you're just running into them all that much. But some Masons prefer to keep it private. It just depends on kind of it just depends on their personality, and do they want to share it. Again, like, I'm a professional wrestler. How many times do I mention that on this channel? Sir Chief, I didn't call you Sir Chief. Please hit like and subscribe. Can I tell a joke? How many how many Masons does it take to change a light bulb? It's a secret. I absolutely think Freemasonry has a purpose in modern society. Lions, that's why I'm so scared of it ceasing to exist. Because if it ceases to exist, its purpose ceases to exist. And or the need it can fulfill of brotherhood, charity, kindness, generosity, building a better community, charity, the safety net it provides for its members and the community at large, that goes away. And that, I think, is what's so dangerous, right? And that's why I fight for it, even though I very often am not successful. I would love to see this. Can you send me a picture of this one, Yo Maple? That'd be really cool. Oh, I'm sure they're still doing incredible things now. Like, without a doubt. I'm sure they're doing some incredible things. Hey man, the way those planes are operate, I would agree. It's absolutely magical, I'm sure. I will make flyers on Freemasonry. No, light free, we're not doing that. Because first of all, we don't recruit, but second of all, you should be a Mason first before you start trying to recruit anybody. Even that's not the right term. You should be a Mason before you start talking to anybody else about Freemasonry. Send them to my channel, I'll deal with it. Nope, my bag fell. I was wondering, I heard some rustling, I thought it was a ghost in here. There is no ghost. How fast does it go, Yo Maple? I mean, okay, Light Free, I wish you best of luck. Just make sure to remind people you're not officially associated with Freemasonry, and be careful about dealing with trolls and stuff. It's fun, but it can be challenging as well. Just send people my way. Don't start your own channel. Just send people to my channel. I am not Richard. Illuminati does not exist. Illuminati hasn't existed for well over 100 years at least. Freemasonry is not the Illuminati, despite what some may say. Who's bending light? He's a lot level. The gaming, I don't know what a lot level Mason is. What I am is a Master Mason, Worshipful Master, and 18th degree Scottish Rite. And I'm proud to be all of the above. I'm not going to do that, but you should like and subscribe. I'm not a low level. I'm actually the highest level you can be, and within Freemasonry, which is Master Mason. This weird obsession with levels. Once you are a Freemason, you know the truth about it. You don't care about levels, but when you're not a Freemason, it's the biggest deal in the world. Drives me crazy. No, the advanced stuff is a 3rd degree. That is the foundation on which Freemasonry rests. Can I go to the secret island level? Totally. We have a secret island within Freemasonry, of course, and yes, I get to go to it. I'm just kidding. There's no secret island, and no, you do not get to go to it at any level because it does not exist. Just to make it clear, lest the conspiracy theorist people start to get all crazy. So the gaming, what is the highest level then? And what do you think happens at the highest level? And how do you define highest level? And as always, thank you all for being here. It's been a good stream. I'd have 14 people here relatively late. Again, we had a few weeks ago a stream where we managed to get over 400 on it at one time. I hope to get that back up once again. Well, that's convenient. So that's what's called an unfalsifiable claim. And because of that, I guess we can never falsify it. What I can say is, I've been a Freemason for 20 years. I've traveled around the world for Freemasonry. I'm confident and comfortable in knowing, or at least believing, what I've seen to be true, which is the highest level in Freemasonry is the 3rd degree. I mean, who knows, Yo Maple? I'm sure this stuff is absolutely incredible, the technology they have. That's why when it comes to aliens and stuff, I tend to be very suspicious or very skeptical that it actually is what people think it is, right? That it is truly aliens. I think it's more likely just advanced technology and people just being wrong very often. My grandfather, Andrea, welcome. Please hit like and subscribe. Mr. Producer, please hit like and subscribe. When you say y'all, I assume you mean Freemasons? I mean, ultimately, Freemasonry is a social club. It's a social group. What do you do with your friends when you get together on a Friday night? We're just a much more formalized version of that, if that makes any sense. So we have our ritual meetings where we bring in new candidates and new applicants and advance them through degrees. We have charity nights, we have administrative meetings, and we have social functions. But ultimately, the main goal is simply social connection and friendship and brotherhood. I mean, I think the Nazis was corrupt all the way up and down because it was a corrupt ideology. It was based on hatred of a group of people, Jewish people, as well as, for that matter, Freemasons, Gypsies, LGBTQ, etc., etc. Whether you were a Nazi soldier or Hitler, it was still corrupt as an ideology and as an idea. Now, it's possible, certainly, that your typical average German soldier really had no idea how rotten it was joining for patriotic reasons and wasn't paying attention to the ideology behind it or didn't care about it. But I think Nazism as an ideology is just bad through the board. There's no redeeming qualities. Freemasonry, it's a good ideology. It's one that makes the world a better place and helps people. So it's very different. I hope nobody can hear thoughts. Please hit like and subscribe. Um, yeah, Mr. Producer, that's pretty much it. I hope Mr. Producer will become Mr. Subscriber, but that's a good way to look at it. No, I mean, Skull and Bones is a separate organization. Like, for example, to my understanding, George Bush was a member of the Skull and Bones. He was not a Freemason. Neither was his father. Much appreciated. I grateful that I do these streams Mondays through Fridays, 1 a.m. and 1 p.m. We talk about Freemasonry, this is my attempt to turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. And it's great to see this channel growing slowly but surely. All right, but we're about 4 hours, 22 minutes in, so I think I'm going to end this stream. I will be back on tonight at 1 a.m., and we're going to go from there. Thank you all for joining. Have a great rest of your day. And like I said, once I get the chance, I will be streaming, or I will be including the UNESCO World Heritage Convention info in the description. You can all find it there. And I'll talk to you guys. I mean, Masonry very often does get used inappropriately. I won't disagree with you on that one. I will talk to you guys all tonight at 1 a.m. Check my socials. Follow me on Patreon, Medium, all that good jazz. I'll talk to y'all soon. Have a good rest of your day.